Well, did you try plugging it back in? Yeah? Hold on. What? You know, I fucked up.
Oh no! The implications!
Paul! Was that me? Where was that? Oh my god, did I hit that?
It's been 7 years since we did the original production of The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals, so I think there are a lot of new StarKid fans who have come on to the community post that show being put online.
The first time I saw it was when it was released on YouTube, and me and my friends loved it.
Well, for one, I think it's like a fan favorite. I think we're all very attached to these characters, and I'm very interested to like kind of see the different nuances that take shape after so many years.
Back at the beginning, I didn't really know anything about the Lords in Black. I didn't know any of the lore, really. I just mostly knew that there was a meteor and there was some bad stuff happening, and there was a guy who didn't like musicals. Now I think it's part of this very rich tapestry of this spooky little small town that we all love. And there might be some Easter eggs that I would like to sprinkle in now that I have all this knowledge of the environment that we're living in here.
And I know the fans are so excited to see some of their favorite characters come back and see this show on an even bigger stage than we've done it before. And I'm excited to revisit it as the choreographer from the first production and give it some new blood and new life.
So I am Paul Gabriel, and I will be the production manager for the production. It's a little similar to what I've done in previous productions, stage managing. It's a little bit more involved in terms of the overall coordination of the various departments of a production. Also, we'll be working very closely with our stage manager, Juliet. Shout out to her.
Hi, I'm Juliet Park, and I'll be the stage manager for the remount of The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals.
We found her during Cinderella's Castle, and she did a brilliant job, so I'm excited to have that sort of production manager, stage manager dynamic with her.
I was so glad to be asked back, and I'm confident that I know the material. It's already been done. We have the foundations, but we can actually add to it.
My name is Matt Dahan, and I will be music directing The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals, and I also play in the pit.
I'm James Tolbert, and I will be the that is not even, I was going to say the creator. Could you imagine? The creator of the show. All right, let me do that again. Hi, I'm James Tolbert, and I will be the choreographer of The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals.
Thank you for helping The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals return to the stage. The apotheosis is upon us.
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 The apotheosis is upon us. That's the note, right?
All right.
That was really nice.
Yeah. There we go. Hi, everybody. Welcome to part 2 of the finale live stream of this Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals Reprised Kickstarter campaign. Here we are. We're here to round off the whole thing, end the campaign strong. It's been going really well. We've got it's the, from what I hear, it is the highest funded Kickstarter, theater Kickstarter ever. We've beaten our previous record. And here we are now. We've got about 4 hours left in the campaign. We are currently at $621,000 and $21,000. $621,000 with 9,200 backers. So, wow, there we go. We've been incredibly fortunate. Everybody giving and supporting and watching this. you've all been amazing, and we're so thankful for each and every one of you. And we're just going to spend 4 hours riding out the time.
We're playing out the string.
Just ride the ship. See it through to the end. We'll see who shows up on this little half of the live stream. There were a lot of people on the D&D campaign that just ended, and so we'll see. It'll be a surprise to me who shows up here.
Yeah.
Well, I know John will be there, and probably maybe some people from the D&D stream will stick around. You know, Jeff is usually down to hang. I just talked to Joey like a few hours ago, so he said he was going to be on. But beyond that, it will also be a surprise to me.
Yes.
We'll see. So we'll see who shows up, and we'll see what happens. But for now, let's see who do we currently have. We've got
a couple of Matts.
We got one Nick and a couple of Matts. Hi everybody, I'm Nick Lang. I'm one of the co-writers of the show, and also I'll be one of the producers on this production.
Right on. I guess I'll grab it. I'm Matt Dahan, also Linda Monroe's pianist, and I am the music director for the Guy Who Doesn't Like Musicals Reprised, and I also play in the pit band and make sure everybody sings the right notes, relatively speaking.
And I'm Matt Lang, and I'm one of the co-writers of the show.
Awesome.
Heck yeah.
So yeah.
Awesome. There you go.
So maybe in this little chunk of time when it's just us, did we want to do like some questions from the audience? Ask us anything about Hatchetfield or the process or any other shows or anything.
I love that.
You know?
Yeah. Yes. So a few things before we get. I've got the chat open. I'm looking at.
Yes.
I'm looking at certain things coming in.
Well, hi everybody.
Hello everybody. We'll be watching your chat here. So people are asking if I took a nap. You know, I sleep regularly. You know, I'm just old and tired, so
it happens, you know.
There you go. And then also just real quick, we're gonna get to a lot of these questions. It's gonna be really they're flying by, so we'll try and find some. And then but real quick before we get started on the questions, I just love to run through exactly what, you know, these rewards are that people are getting in case you want to get any last minute donations in. We've got okay, so our reward tiers this time, we tried to kind of boil it down to some really nice rewards for everybody. We've got at $5. If you want to go and give $5, you can get your name in the credits in the special thank you credit section of what will be the recorded version of the show. So if you saw Cinderella's Castle, you'll have seen that there were 10 minutes of credits because there were so many names to go through, backer names, Kickstarter backers from that campaign. This time there will be even more, so we'll have a nice, 15 minutes of credits this time overall, and because currently right now we've got almost 2,000 more backers from that one. So there you go. So if you want to get your name in the credits, it's only $5 contribution. $20 contribution will get you name in the credits, plus you'll have access to watch the behind the scenes featurette that we're going to be making for the show. I've talked to Kurt Mega, who's going to be in charge of that project. He's he kind of has different plans this time going around. He wants it to be a little bit more of a narrative of how the show came to be and what is going on with it, rather than just kind of we've kind of had kind of like a random assortment of rehearsal footage before, but this time he's gonna kind of format it a little more like a documentary. At least that's what his intention is going into it. So, and we'll see how long it ends up being, but that should be pretty cool. So $20 gets name in the credits, behind the scenes documentary. Then $50 tier is where you get the early access to tickets. So before the tickets go on general sale, we are going to be doing an early access portion of time. We're going to be trying to get that ready as soon as humanly possible. Honestly, we'll let everybody know when that is going to happen, but it's we're shooting for as soon as we possibly can. Sometime next week, the week after, as soon as we can get those tickets out, we're going to try and get them out. The main thing that we're doing right now is we're placing all of our VIP backers into which shows they're going to come to, because that's going to affect what tickets are available on what night. And so we'll be doing that. And then, so if you want to have early access to the ticket sales to make sure that you get some tickets to the show, to the live show, you can give to the $50 tier, and that will get you not just that early access, but it'll also get you the behind the scenes featurette and your name in the credits. Then, yes.
And just to warn you, we expect the tickets to sell pretty quick. I think with Cinderella, did we sell out of the tickets in the early access period last time, Nick? Or did we have
I think so. Basically, so people are asking how many seats there are. So basically what's going on with this run of this show, we have doubled the length of what we ran last year. So last year, Cinderella's Castle ran for 8 performances, 2 weekends. This year, we are running for 16 performances for 4 weekends. So we're going to be doubling the run to try and get as many people as possible into the theater. The theater has about 350 seats in it. So you can do the math exactly what that is.
5,600 seats?
About 5,600 seats in total. So getting
minus
the early...
minus 500 for the VIPs that we've already sold. So that's 5,100.
And we'll be holding back some tickets for some cast and crew comps and things like that. So, but there are going to be around 5,000 seats for people to try and get. We are, we tried to make the run as long as we could to try and give people a chance to come and see the show. We know that this show is pretty popular and people will want to come see it live. So hopefully we'll get that going. Yeah, there are 480 VIP tickets. People are saying 600 VIPs. It's 480 because we limited the number of VIP tickets that we were selling in advance. Those are already all sold out. But anyway, to continue, so we're going to try and get those tickets out as soon as possible. It's going to be very similar to last year, where we are going to have a tiers, 3 tiers of seating, but this time it's going to be assigned seating instead of last year. We kind of had a general thing. You got your tier and then you were let in with your tier, and it was kind of first come first serve. This time it's going to be assigned seating, but still for pricing it's going to be the 3 tiers, very similar to last year. We'll announce all of that stuff officially all at the same time. Expect that
pretty soon.
Very soon. Yes, the show will be happening in Los Angeles at the El Portal Theater, and it's running from July 11th until August 3rd on the weekends. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of those 4 weeks. So that's what we've got going on. And then, so to continue the reward tiers, at $75, you get a really fun, awesome poster that is being designed by Meg Lloyd, who is a frequent StarKid collaborator. She's also going to be, again, being involved in this show a little bit. We'll have more announcements about things as we get closer to the show. But she's involved in the show, and she is doing the poster here. And it's going to be really cool. So that's going to be a really nice poster. It's not going to be super too big, like the Cinderella posters were maybe a little too big. We're trying to do.
They were awesome though.
They were cool, but the feedback I got at the live show was these posters are too big, make them smaller. So I said, okay. I just assumed bigger was better, but apparently people want it to be smaller. So this one will be more
in your
manageable.
room is better. Yes, it'll still be a nice size poster, but it'll be a manageable poster. That's at 75. So 75 gets you that, plus early access, plus documentary, plus the name in the credits. Then $100 gets you the sticker set as well. So only $25 extra gets you this awesome sticker set with stickers designed by Nicole Rodriguez, who also did the stickers for Cinderella's Castle. She's also awesome, so it's really fun art there with characters from The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals. So that'll get you sticker set, poster, early access, documentary, name in the credits. Then beyond that, at $150, will also get you the patch set. The patch set, which features characters from The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals, again with art by Meg Lloyd, who did all of the pins and everything for Cinderella's Castle. These are kind of in the same style, and they're going to be really cool. So you get patch set, poster, early access. Wait, what is it? Patch set. Patch set, sticker set, poster, early access, behind the scenes, name in the credits, and then beyond that, this one's cool. They're all cool, but this one is one that we're wearing right now, which is the sweatshirt. This new.
They're so
StarKid.
comfy.
It's such a comfy sweatshirt, and I love this Lords in Black StarKid logo that we got going on. It says StarKid, but all the letters are different Lords in Black. So this is a really awesome, fun sweatshirt. It's my new favorite sweatshirt. I love the blue. And so 200 will get you this sweatshirt, and it'll get you also everything beneath it. And then beyond that, at the 300 tier, and this is the last tier that is available right now, is you get all of that stuff that we just mentioned, plus this little guy. Oh my goodness.
Oh, look at him.
This is a little plushie doll of Pokey Poo, the force behind The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals. He's made by a company called U2s, and it's like a really high quality, wonderful doll that has little embroidering. I don't know if you can see this on his eyes, and like embroidered little cracks in his mask and his little nose, and it's like kind of glowing around his eyes. I love this doll. This doll is really, really fun. So basically how U2s works is we're going to be ordering a batch of them, because we're selling them as part of the pre-sale, as part of this Kickstarter. We've now sold about 451 of these, plus all of the backers. So we've actually sold about 700 of these. Thus far, we've sold about 700 of these. So we're gonna do a batch order. The lowest you can do is 1,000. So we'll see how we do. With the idea being that if we have left over, we will then release them in a limited capacity through the StarKid store later in the year. And then we also have, the idea of, if this one goes well and sells well, we are thinking about running some more Lords in Black with U2s, some more dolls. So hopefully this will work. So if you guys like this doll and you want more dolls like this, you can get these right now if you go and back the campaign. This is at the $300 tier. So you get so that $300 tier is you get the doll, you get this sweatshirt, you get the patch set, you get the sticker set, you get the poster, you get the early access, you get the behind the scenes documentary, and you get your name in the credits.
And a partridge in a pear tree. Yeah.
And a partridge in a pear tree. So there you go. So now that we've done that, let's do the questions. Now let's get around to these questions.
That was an excellent rundown.
A rundown for everybody. You've still got time to back the campaign. We're at $622,000. We kind of had these reward tiers that we have been hitting that are kind of like these fun things of like saying, oh, we've named the tiers of budget. And like the first one was Pokey's budget, Blinky's budget, all that stuff, going down to right now we've achieved the Tanoi Caraxes budget.
Oh my God.
The bastard of time and space himself, Tanoi Caraxes, his budget was $600,000, and right now we're working towards. We've got 2 budget tiers left. One is Nibble and Ephim, the thing that feeds in the dark. Nibble and Ephim's budget is $650,000, and then the final budget is Wagog Urath, Wiggly's budget, which is $700,000. We'll see if we get that in the next 3.5 hours. Who knows?
Smokes.
We'll see about that. Yeah,
we'll see about that. But I think it's absolutely possible for us to hit that Nibbly budget. So Nibble and FM. So there you go. Okay, so let's take a look at some questions here. If you have a question for the 3 of us, and we'll see who else jumps onto the stream. I have no idea who's coming, but let's see here. I'll try and scroll through some of these things. Okay. All right, here we go. About Working Boys. This is a question from Augie, and this is a really good question. About Working Boys, was the reference to Perfect Blue via Ruth's lines in the musical intentional? And the answer is yes, absolutely.
Wow. I can't believe somebody else has seen Perfect Blue. That's great. Yeah.
Perfect Blue. I love Perfect Blue.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Perfect Blue is an anime movie. It's a great movie.
Fantastic.
It's actually Darren Aronofsky's favorite movie, and he the director
he made a
of the
whole
famous
career out of
copying off Perfect Blue. So if you've
Makes
seen
sense.
the movie Black Swan, it kind of pulls a lot of inspiration from Perfect Blue. We love Perfect Blue, and there's a part in Working Boys where Ruth is practicing her one line, which is, "Excuse me, who are you? Excuse me, who are you?" Which is the main character in Perfect Blue. She's cast in a show, and she has one line that is, "Excuse me, who are you?" So yes, that is an intentional reference to Perfect Blue.
Way to go, Augie.
All right, there you go.
Great job, Augie.
Great
That was
job.
awesome.
Great job. Okay, here's a sillier question from Pancake Boy, who says, "What's the blue stuff from Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals taste like? Is it blue raspberry flavored? Slimy? What do you think it tastes like?"
What do I think it tastes like? I mean, feel like blue raspberry isn't a bad guess. Like if I had to put an actual flavor to it, but maybe just sheer terror.
It's incomprehensible. It tastes like terror.
Yes, when you drink it, you're dead. You're dead. I think yes, it tastes like a moment of gripping horror, and then death, and then absolute divinity and godhood when you become one with Pokotho. Mm-hmm. When you are rebirthed and your individuality is absorbed into the whole of Pokotho.
Yeah. So like a wild berry Celsius flavor.
Okay. Aw Buzz says, "So if we can't afford early access to tickets, we probably won't be able to see the show live." That's not necessarily so. So to let people know exactly how it goes, we do this every single show that we do, is that as the show, we set aside a certain number of tickets for various different reasons for things like cameras and for comps and things like that. And we set aside more than we need so that each week of the show, we release more tickets to see the show. So if you can't afford the pre-sale, that's not to say that there will not be more tickets that will become available later on, but the pre-sale gets you that early access. It gets you early access when, and even if, but it is first come, first serve. So, you know, really the best thing to do is to, if you want those tickets, is to just be on it, you know, just, we can't really control when those tickets are sold or when they're not sold. So get on there and get the tickets, and there will be more that will be available, but we can't guarantee what those numbers will be. But it's not to say if you can't afford the pre-sale, I'd say the biggest cost of coming to see the show is getting yourself to Los Angeles if you don't already live here. So that's going to be something. Okay, let me see here. Let's see. Okay. Did you have all the Hatchetfield lore planned out from the start?
We had a good portion planned out, but not all of it. We kind of, you know, you always discover little things when you're working on each story, and then you go, ooh, here's something cool that I liked, and you kind of sprinkle it throughout. But yeah, we're always a few years ahead. We'll make something up, and it will take like 7 years to get to. So yeah, it feels like it's all done, but sometimes you do discover new things. And I would say a big thing that made Hatchetfield much bigger is when the pandemic hit and we couldn't do any shows, we did Nightmare Time, which kind of forced us to expand the world. So yeah, we had a lot of fun discovering all of that stuff, but
Yeah.
But we had a lot of it already planned out. Yeah.
Yes, we basically, what I love about writing Hatchetfield is that Matt and I have made up like the big swings of everything, and we have the basics made up, but then it's really fun to have a living story that you can, as you know, we're seeing how people react to certain things, as we're seeing, you know, which characters are popular, what are people liking, what characters did we write as just some little one-off thing that then in the, you know, something birthed of it, and we said, oh, look at this, isn't this funny that Jeff is always this guy in a hurry, you know, what if we do something with that character? And we're able to then delve into that and explore all of that. But basically, when we made up, I think we had the Lords in Black made up. We had, we knew the three main shows when we went into doing a guy, because we kind of made them all up at the same time. And then we already know basic things that are going to happen. So Jazzy has asked multiple times, will Charlotte be included in more stories? So Charlotte Sweetley, who is one of the members of CCRP, this kind of we'll talk a little bit more about this, I think, later on. I think we could do a solid hour of Q&A, honestly, and then we'll start talking about some of the unused or potential Nightmare Time stories that we might get into.
I love that. We've
been trying to use Charlotte in many different ways. It's really just trying to come up with the right story. Like, we've had different stories where like her and Sam buy a haunted house, and where she's like, she's doing all, because we were like, she's kind of inspired by Wendy from The Shining. So we said, oh, let's do The Shining kind of thing with Charlotte
we had
and
them
Sam.
we had them like buying the Starlight Theater and renovating it, and then it was haunted. But we also had Charlotte was being experimented on by her screensaver that was turning her into an assassin.
Yeah, a super assassin.
A super assassin. Or actually, it was her computer was.
It would activate her. She was
yes,
because
it turned out she was an assassin in deep cover.
Yes,
and
as Charlotte.
That's what it was.
What we were. There's a story that we may still use this plot line, so this is an enormous spoiler. But basically, okay, this was one of the potential Nightmare Time stories that Matt and I made a list of these things. This isn't even one that we put on the list, but we were going to make a story called Charlatan, and it was about Charlotte, who saw her old college roommate, who was a character named Fran that we made up that we wanted to, and Fran saw Charlotte and said, "Charlotte, what are you doing working in this thing? You're like this brilliant person," because Charlotte in college was absolutely brilliant and like heading to the CIA and all this different stuff. And then she was like, what happened to you? And
why are you so dumb now?
Why is Charlotte so dumb now? And it was it turned out that Charlotte had been experimented on by CCRP, and she was a super assassin who in various versions was going to assassinate different people. Like,
we wanted the beginning of the story would be she was going to kill Howard Goodman,
the president. It was going to start where it was Howard Goodman was giving a speech, and before the speech, he got a call from Charles Coven, who said, "I don't like this policy, Howie. You better change it." And then he didn't. and then Charles Coven said, "Sorry, Howie, too late for you." And then he activated Charlotte. Charlotte clicked into her assassin mode and then went and killed the president and then went back to her Charlotte cover. And it was a story about Charlotte realizing that she was a super assassin and trying to solve this mystery and all this different stuff. So that was one of the stories.
It was very Total Recall, remember?
Yeah. It was like Total Recall.
How Arnold discovers that he is the evil agent, but he doesn't remember because because he was in deep cover.
Yeah, so
build this into existence, everybody.
That was something that we
were
working on.
Completely spoiled.
We've
the story.
spoiled everything.
Now it's over. Yeah.
We also at one point jokingly made up had a story called Attack of the 50-Foot Charlotte, where Charlotte was going to grow into a giant.
There's something strong about a woman who's growing out of
grows
control.
Too much. Yeah.
That's a strong idea. It's just we didn't quite crack it.
Yeah, it's good. You know, a lot of people are asking, what is Webby's real name? Like, what is her version of like Wagagurath and all that? Matt and I did make up one of them originally. We didn't like it, so we'll
reveal it later. But
we'll reveal it later. We're in the process of changing that name, and certainly we wouldn't do it on this live stream. Reveal the name. So, that would possibly be in a future story.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Will we get a Webby focused story? This
I've been trying to do that for years as well. Yeah, we've been trying to do that.
Yes, we've been trying to do Webby stuff as much as we can. Webby is a vastly important character. People have asked many times, why is Gerald banned from Cinnabon? And this is something that we have actually answered in the past. Gerald is not banned from Cinnabon. Gerald is not allowed to go to Cinnabon because Linda wants him to lose weight. That is it.
Yeah.
He's just not allowed to go to Cinnabon because Linda doesn't want him to.
Yes, it's just Linda being mean. Like in Working Boys, he says,
I'm going to go.
Yeah. Like in Working Boys, Gerald says, I'm going to go get some snacks. And she says, no, have these raisins. She just wants him to lose weight.
Yeah, that's all it is. So it's not like he did anything at Cinnabon. So That's really what it is. Okay. All right. This is what is this theory? Okay. Haley Lou says thoughts on the theory that Max is Lumberax.
No way.
Lumberax.
Lumberax is
Max.
Lumberax.
But this is something that we were going to talk about later as well, is that one of the potential Nightmare Time stories that Matt and I that we wanted to do, we'll see if we ever get around to it, was called Max versus the Axe. And it was like, because really the Nerdy Prudes focused stories are inspired by slashers. So Nerdy Prudes Must Die is very is like our version of Nightmare on Elm Street. Abstinence Camp is like our version of Friday the 13th. And there is a movie called Freddy vs. Jason. So we were going like, okay, well, we'll do our version of Freddy vs. Jason. It'll be Max versus the Axe. Both of them revere or are in love with Grace in a certain way. So it was a whole story about they needed, for some reason.
They're fighting for Grace's heart, but also just they're after a new crop of kids that are just between a rock and a hard place, because they're like, we're nerds and Max is gonna kill us. So they're like, we need to like get laid so we're not nerds anymore. But if they go too far in that direction, then Lumberax will kill them.
Yeah. So it was that whole idea of what do you do? And the answer is get the two monsters to fight each other.
Yeah.
You know? And it's like, it's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Lumberax versus Max Jaegerman. So
there was gonna be a thing about like how Max is a ghost, so you can't touch him, but Lumberax can. Because he's just so powerful.
So powerful. He's
the
so
most
strong.
powerful.
He can grab a ghost, you know? I love that.
Yeah, that's how strong he is.
We really like Lumberax.
He's fantastic.
He's my favorite.
That was such a fun episode of Nightmare Time.
He's a hero.
He's absolutely incredible. Someone we can all look up to.
He's a good,
literally.
He's a good man.
Very tall. I imagine he's very tall.
Yes, he's huge.
He's huge.
People are asking if Richie will ever get his own story. Richie Lipshit's.
Richie.
We've basically any character that there is, we've tried to think of a story involving that character. Richie has.
For every episode of Nightmare Time that gets made, there's 20 that will never get made because we go, you know, our time is limited. Like writing a season of Nightmare Time takes it's like writing a season of like a Netflix show. And those have entire writer teams. With us, it's just two of us trying to write the whole thing. And it's very time consuming. So it's like, and then you have to make them. And if we're doing that, then how can we make a musical every year? And so our time is just, we can't do everything. But yeah, every single character down to the Greenpeace girl has had like 3 different stories made up for them. And we'll make something up and then go, yes, that's now in my head canon. And I'll remember that. And maybe it'll go in a later story later.
Yeah. So. Wonderful. Okay, let's see.
I see some people asking about if I'm going to be adding any Nightmare Time themes into things, and the answer is absolutely. I've already actually done that in Nerdy Prudes Must Die. Grace Chastity's theme I wrote during Nightmare Time season 2. And everything just leads together, and that's my goal. So now we have these 2 awesome seasons of Nightmare Time where we get to explore a lot of characters more. So absolutely, I'll be adding as much as I can. It'll be awesome to have those things to pull from. Like I said in the video that played before the stream, you know, now at the beginning when it was just Guy, it was just a tiny set of themes. Now it's like the floodgates are open and there's so many cool things to pull from. So the answer is yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Awesome. This is a question from your boy Chips Ahoy, who said, did the Foster's mom, so Pamela Foster, smoke Emma's magic weed in high school. Is that why Lex and Hannah have gifts? And this is actually that's an interesting thought, but that's not what it is. We've actually it's hinted at in The Witch in the Web, is that the Fosters are descendants of Willabella Muckwab, the Muck Witch, the witch in Witch in the Web. So they are descendants of the person who wrote the Black Book. That's talked about in The Witch in the Web. Sorry, I'm pointing to a thing up there because I have a little piece of art that was made by Sarah Keeley that has all the different Nightmare Time stories.
Hey Nick, Paul Gabriel says he's hanging out. Yeah.
Okay, does he want to be in?
Paul's jumping in.
He says, sure.
Oh,
yeah.
My guy.
Hey, Paul.
Hey.
Hello, everyone.
How you doing?
Pretty good. It's a casual Saturday, hanging out. Was watching the D&D live stream a little bit earlier.
Awesome.
A lot of fun.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, well, welcome. We're just taking a bunch of questions up in here.
Yeah. Let's see.
Sounds good.
Can people add themselves to this, or can they not add themselves?
I think you need to add them. I think.
I need to add them. There you go.
Oh, Joey!
Hey!
Guys, I'm so sorry. I had a marinara disaster.
Oh no!
That sounds like a great punk band.
We got Olive Garden for dinner, so I was pouring my Olive Garden into a plate, and then I was like, I'm gonna dish out some of my sauce for my breadsticks, and it got all over the counter, and I was like, shit. And then I went to clean that up, and then I went to go take Diane, and I was like, fuck! I literally screamed in my house. I went, fuck! Because I didn't know that I lost so much marinara. And then I went to go take Diane out, and then when I took Diane out, I forgot my keys. So then I was stuck outside. And
the marinara disaster of 2025.
It was a real marinara disaster.
That's a great band name, honestly.
I'm so sorry.
That sounds terrible.
We got breadsticks. We got, we're going to share a Coke with a friend.
Oh.
Awesome.
Wow.
Nice sweatshirt, Joey.
I know. Got mine's in the other room.
This is such a comfy sweatshirt.
It's great.
Yeah.
That's my first thing that comes to mind.
It's such a sweatshirt, and it's a great look.
I very selfishly order the comfiest, most high quality sweatshirt that is available because I refuse to buy clothes, so I only wear clothes I get for free from doing these shows.
Yeah,
and so I want it to be comfortable, and I figure that's a good, method of making of quality control.
Good to have, and at this point,
good enough for me.
Yeah, it's good that you're the barometer of comfy, because if you are, it's a really you got a good comfy taste.
Yes, I'm not asking anyone to wear a shirt that I myself wouldn't wear.
Of course.
Yeah. And it's not too heavy, so you can wear it if it's not super cold out. It's good for preseason. It's like
when you get an uncomfortable sweater, what's the point? It really is like, what's the point of this? Why am I wearing this? Who am I?
So everybody, right now the Kickstarter with about 3 hours and 15 minutes left, we've got $625,972.
That's absolutely unbelievable.
With 9,277 backers. That's really awesome. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Yep. Now is the time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Now is the time to get on there. If you would like to back the project, you haven't done it yet, you've still got time. You've got about 3 hours and 15 minutes. So you can get on there. Right now we're just kind of answering questions. So let me look for some questions that Paul and Joey can answer here.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, let me see here.
Get those questions in.
Get those questions in. I'm gonna have a dip of one breadstick.
Just a single breadstick after the marinara incident. Yeah.
Here's one that is kind of a thing in, I guess this involves you, Joey. Why did we go from me playing Peter Spankowski to Joey playing Peter Spankowski? It's really just a thing of I don't want to be in the musical. I don't want to sing. I don't want to do any of that. But Joey likes that stuff. So, but Joey, it also was, because we said, all right, this was a thing that we knew from the beginning that nobody else knew. We knew that Pete was Ted's little brother.
There's that moment at the end of Black Friday when all the characters came out, and I hold Hot Chocolate Boy's hand, and everyone went, "Why are they holding hands?" And it's like, you don't know that I know.
Yes. This was also a thing where even back in Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals, we got people asking, "Who's the latte hottie?" And they said, "Is it the Hot Chocolate Boy? Is Ted talking about Hot Chocolate Boy?" And Joey, you said online, it can't be the Hot Chocolate Boy, but it's for a reason that I can't say right now. But Ted would not call the Hot Chocolate Boy the latte hottie, and we're trying to like, there's a reason.
There's a reason. He's not like homophobic or anything.
There's a reason. It's his brother. So
trust me, when you know the reason, you would think that was weird.
So that was so there you go. That has a little bit to do with what. But gosh, Joey, did you enjoy playing Pete and Ted?
I loved it. It was fun. It was so fun working on that show and with you. It's like, because Nick, your Pete in Abstinence Camp is so good. It's so good and it's so funny. So it was fun, and it's similar to like, I think what we've had the opportunity to do with like different Higgins variations. It's like, what is the Higgins variation for this? And so like with the Nerdy Prudes, it was like, what's the Ted, or no, what's the Pete variation for the show that works? And I think it was like so fun to be like, okay, he sheds the costume that he gets a new costume. He gets a new outfit.
That was one of the things that Matt and I, in writing it, immediately knew. We said, we will not have Pete in those suspenders through the whole
time. He's going to put a sweater on.
We'll put the sweater on him. and he lost his bow tie.
He lost his bow tie, but he's finally like, what the hell am I doing wearing this? But I think that's also funny in the first scene when they talk so much about his bow ties and everything. You're like, it makes sense that he would be like, I shouldn't be wearing this. Like his first conversation with Steph, it's like, what the hell am I doing wearing this?
He feels inspired because he goes, you know what? If Steph Lauder's talking to me, maybe I'm not. Maybe I don't deserve to walk around in a bow tie and suspenders all the time. Maybe I deserve more than that.
And it was fun to discover who he was. We talked so much during that about like what is the combo of like elements from Ted that he has that are part of him, but ones that he's like, he gets past that because he actually has nice friends and a loving relationship.
Yes. Yeah, because this is something that gets talked about in Time Bastard, is that Ted used to be nice. He used to be more like Pete, but then he
killed his Jenny.
Yes, he has a terrible experience that then turns him into Ted. But he used to be more like Pete. He used to be nice, but now he's not. Okay.
So, good stuff. Great stuff.
Let's see here. I'm going to try and see. I'm trying to look for. Everybody drop in their questions that are maybe. If you have any questions about production or anything like that, I'm looking for questions that more than just Matt and I can answer. Here's one. Joey, would Ted commit to Charlotte if asked?
Oh,
I think so.
I think absolutely. I think Ted's more into Charlotte than she's into him.
Yeah, I think that is like his arc in Guy is being like, I love this woman.
Yeah.
And I think he's probably like, I know that she's married to an absolute dog shit piece of shit, so I gotta be just a little bit better. if I am just a little bit better, I can prove to her. Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Upgrade to a sleazeball.
Huge.
But I think that the second Ted stopped being a sleazeball, Charlotte would lose interest.
Yes.
Oh.
It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work at all.
Yeah, Charlotte would cheat on him for sure.
They are they are not meant to be. They're not meant to be. Okay, so let's see here. I've seen a lot of people asking about spelling inconsistencies in the names of all these people. Listen, these names, like the Lords in Black true names, they are unknowable. They are really just an approximation of what they are, unfathomable names. So if there are some kind of inconsistencies or incongruities, this is all a part of the impossibility that is the Lords in Black. So there you go. That's don't pay so much attention to the spelling of things.
Spelling you're looking.
You know, your human
You
language.
try.
Yeah, your human language is irrelevant to the Lords in Black. They care very little about human spelling. Okay, let's see here. Okay, let's see here. Okay, I'm trying to look for some. I love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Yeah.
So
the other difficult thing about spelling is that basically it goes through two people, me and Nick, and we sometimes disagree on how things are spelled. So it's just whoever's the last person to touch the thing, that's how it's spelled.
It's like we mainly write the things to be spoken. It's a lot of, I don't know. Okay, let's see here.
The answer is I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care if I don't care if Nibble and Effin is spelled different every time it appears. That will not keep me up at night.
Yeah, and nor should it you. Okay, let's see here.
I saw a question from Matt.
Oh, me?
I saw a question.
Oh, is it? Oh, favorite musical motifs?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. What are your favorite musical motifs?
Gracious. Oh, there's so many. Jeff has written so many incredible ones. The ones that I love pulling out of the bag of tricks are like Inevitable from the guy who didn't like musicals. I love Wiggly's theme, which is Wiggle. I love throwing that in there randomly. And I love Hatchet Town a lot from Nerdy Prudes. That's just a cool thing that just rolls off the fingers. And of course, I just love the Nightmare Time motif. It's easy to put everywhere, and it just reminds us that it's all one continuous universe. And if I'm doing deep cuts, then I love, for Nightmare Time, I wrote a Witchwood theme that I absolutely love. It shows up in Nerdy Prudes Must Die when they get into they're driving through the Witchwood.
Ooh!
And I also love the Black Book theme, which plays when the Black Book comes out. Spoilers for people who haven't seen Nerdy Prudes. But those are my answers. A couple deep cuts and some big ones.
If you were getting Nerdy Prudes spoiled for you right now,
yeah,
what are you doing?
People are saying
the title of the show.
People are asking, does Pete like Grace? Does Pete like Grace? I mean, like friend. Are they friends? They never talk much in Nerdy Prudes. I think the answer is no. I don't think anyone likes Grace.
Oh,
they tolerate.
Yeah, they tolerate her. And you got to remember, would you like somebody that because of her, like you killed somebody and then she chopped up a body in front of you, and then
and even before that, before that, she's getting you in trouble, getting you detention. She's giving, Grace is kind of not the most popular kid at school.
She's an agent of chaos. Yes.
It's kind of like, hey, Grace. And that's saying a lot because, Richie, Ruth, and Pete all kind of hate each other.
Yeah.
In a
Yeah.
fun bantery way, but you just go, they're all giving each other a lot of shit all the time. So it's like, really, Grace is really, she's done a number. Wait,
Yeah.
I saw. Can I ask a question to Paul? I saw one. I don't. And
Yeah.
Paul, this is, from Caitlin.
Sure.
Paul, how did you become production manager of Guy? And how did you discover and get involved in StarKid? I know this is like.
Yeah, so I guess as far as getting involved with StarKid, it was during the Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals back in 2018. I was actually roommates with Mariah at the time, and she was in a production called Starry with Matt, who did music for that, and Jeff and Dylan and Jamie.
Jamie, yeah.
Right? Anyone else am I forgetting?
That's them.
So yeah, she was rehearsing Guy, and I think I stepped in about halfway through the process, but it was just a matter of like meeting Nick, seeing if we kind of meshed well, and we did. He bought me lunch.
And that was the decision.
Yeah,
we had a lunch meeting.
We had a lunch meeting.
What lunch was?
Where'd we go?
What was
We went to
to
a restaurant.
We went to Home Restaurant in Los Feliz. Yeah,
Okay.
on that one street.
Do you remember what you had, Paul? Do you remember what you ordered?
Do you remember what I had?
Oh, that would be impressive.
No, I don't. I don't remember what I had. I can't remember what I had for
I think
lunch
I had their
yesterday.
like fried chicken sandwich because I really love their fried chicken sandwich there.
Wait,
Yes, I think that was because Nick. I think you weren't eating chicken, right? You don't eat chicken.
Yeah, because I'm a vegetarian. So
Yeah, because I remember you saying, "How's that chicken sandwich?" And I was like, "Good."
Yeah.
And you were like, "I miss chicken every day."
Yeah, I'm a really bad. I'm a vegetarian, but because I don't want to eat the animals, but I do miss the taste of chicken very, very much.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
whenever people are eating chicken around me, I'll say, "Can you describe it for me? Is it tangy? Is it falling off the bone? How is that chicken?" It's,
Paul, you said that
Oh, my word.
you came into Guy halfway. You were
Yeah,
there from
when
the
I-
beginning of the process.
I was not there from the beginning. I came in. I
Yeah.
remember. I actually didn't even meet James until like opening, because he had choreographed the show before I had even come in. Yeah,
Wow.
so I came in. I think maybe like a couple weeks before, like a
right.
few weeks or something.
Wow.
So
Feels
it's
like
kind
you've
of
been
like
there
a
forever.
rush process. Yeah.
Feels like you were there from the
Even
beginning.
back then, I can't even remember like not being there from the beginning. But that's one thing. I was going through all my old documents from Guy Who Didn't Like Musical. I was like, man, did I really not like create certain things? And I was like, oh yeah, I came in like halfway through.
That's
So I kind
wow.
of just made
wild.
what I could. As far as becoming production manager, I've been with StarKid for many
7
years now.
years.
7 years.
Someone's trying to get your attention, Paul.
Yeah, I know. Hi, Sage. Here, come here.
Oh,
She doesn't want to come up. She just
I
wants to
had to say
play.
that was so cute. I had to say
Here.
something. So sweet.
My little girl.
Yeah, girl.
But yeah,
I
I've
think-
been working with StarKid, in a variety of capacities of like from production coordinator on small like promotional sets. Being production managed Nightmare Time 2, was associate producer on the StarKid Returns Kickstarter, so like a lot of like little administrative production roles. And then later, there you go, Sage. And then last year for Cinderella's Castle, I was wearing 2 hats as a technical producer and stage manager, which that was like kind of insane, and not something I would recommend. So I think this time around, the production manager position kind of was this nice single position that really, I think, really fits me and where I am now, and StarKid and everything. And Juliet did an amazing job, and I had no like worries about bringing her on as stage manager for this production. She's a true rock star, and it's kind of nice to almost pass the baton in a way. And yeah, really looking forward to this show. We've done a lot of pre-production technical meetings and have talked about some of our visions that we have, and it's all very exciting. All very like tentative, very still early pre-production, but it's we have a really strong team.
Awesome. Here's a question that I've seen popped up a few times: is how does Pete get apotheosized, or how does he get infected in The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals? We never really 100% talk about it, but it might be something along the lines of he goes to Beanie's, finally gets his hot chocolate, what he thinks is his hot chocolate, drinks it, and dies. So I think maybe that's what it is.
Yeah,
that's more
because
likely.
remember, Pete's got low blood sugar, so he needs to have things like hot chocolate and things like that to keep up his blood sugar.
Waiting a long while.
And he's been waiting a long while.
Sugar is low as hell.
So I think that he thought, finally I'm gonna get this hot chocolate, and then he died. on his way to school.
Yeah. And then he's walking down the street, and the "Cool as I Think I Am" song starts playing, and it's just everything's all.
Yeah, he just talked to Steph Lauder the day before. He's feeling good.
Cool as I think I am.
And then he's walking down the street singing that. He goes in to get his hot chocolate on the way to school. He drinks it, and he's dead. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I think that'd be.
It's
fun.
rough, everyone. It's however it happens, it's bad.
Yeah, maybe him and Steph were walking together. She dies in front of him. Then he comes back to life and kills her.
yeah.
So it's terrible. It's a good thing we never see it. So.
Yeah, he starts singing, scream singing "If I Loved You" and puking in her mouth.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Does everybody have a favorite song from the Hatchetfield universe?
God,
I gotta say, I mean, I don't have like a favorite, but because there's just Jeff has written so many songs. So many songs. But I will say, at the concert in London, Corey and Bryce sang Axeman for the first time live. And man, oh man, that song is awesome. It's like, I know it because we all remember it from Nightmare Time, but it was so fun because I was like, this is a song that has never been sung live. And when it's with a band, you're like, damn, this song rocks.
Yep.
So that song was like a really
kicks so much ass.
Hear
love
live
that song.
or for the first time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Paul?
I really like Hatchet Town from Nerdy Prudes Must Die. That song to me, I think there's just like, it sounds phenomenal, first of all, but I think just this like idea of like the town slowly losing their mind and everything's kind of gone to shit. I just thought it was a really cool moment in the show. And musically, I think it just stuck out to me. Bryce also has that like little solo moment in there that when I first heard her voice in that capacity, I was like, wow, this is like, it was just gorgeous. I don't know. She did like, even just seeing that little glimpse of what she was capable of was like, wow. And then, eventually she was Ella in Cinderella's Castle and really shined. But yeah, so that was just like a really, I think, cool thing to see her step into.
Yeah, Hatchettown feels like a really good song. It's like in the same way like the Nightmare Time theme is like a really good theme. You're like, Hatchettown feels like a fun theme about Hatchetfield. Because you go, there's always something fucking bad going on and everyone's freaked out.
Yeah. No, that's my favorite song in Nerdy Prudes. I always I can't stop talking about that song when Nerdy Prudes comes up. It was a blast to play. But in Guy, I love playing Inevitable.
Oh yeah,
and that was just, it felt like magical. When I know what's happening on stage is terrifying, but like just to see all the process of everything coming together in that moment in all departments on both sides of the proscenium just was really special. And I loved doing the title number from Black Friday. I loved playing that and pushing and pulling with Ange on that. That's just a beautiful ballad, and I loved Wiggle too. Let's face it, I love that song.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggly,
yeah,
wiggly.
it was just unhinged, totally unhinged song. Like every section of that song, I felt like I was on a rocket ship. Like my brain just had to shut off to play the parts because some of them were so fast. I had to just move my body.
Matt, doesn't that have that crazy?
It has the jam. Yep.
The crazy jam.
Like that was the thing where the Hatchetfield High School band and we had to like practice that so hard that like you didn't have to think about it, because if you thought about it, then you would mess up. So that was the part that we had to practice the most, and it was like you turn off your brain and then you do the wiggle jam, and then you turn it back on, and then the show is still happening. Everything else is blacked out at that time. I know there's a lot of lights going crazy, the audience is screaming, but that was always a moment I'll just be like, where am I? What happened? What just happened? Did we make it? That kind of thing. But yeah, Jeff just writes banger after banger, and it's hard to pick, but those are probably the ones from the stage shows. I also love Jane Zakar.
Oh yeah,
she lets
got
me
my
drive.
foot on the gas.
Got my foot on the gas. Mr. Dylan's song.
Got my foot on the gas.
That's I'm so happy that snuck into Nerdy Prudes Must Die during the dance scene.
Yes.
One thing that's like the song. They're all like, "Hell yeah!"
Yeah. They all like that song.
That one hit wonder that Tom recorded back in the 80s.
That Tom Houston recorded that song. Yeah.
Tom Houston won that radio contest, and he recorded that track.
He really liked his car.
Yeah. Matt, do you have a favorite song? Matt Lang?
Oh, geez. It's tough. I like a lot of them. I think I do really like Axeman, but I also just I think that the Nightmare Time theme song is such a great theme song. And if I had to pick my favorite genre of music, it's theme songs.
Yeah.
So
And
that's a good one.
I remember the two of you saying you liked Go-Go Nighthawks a lot.
I loved Go-Go Nighthawks. Some of my favorite, I have favorites in each project. In Nerdy Prudes, I like Go-Go Nighthawks, and I also liked Best of You.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a great one.
I loved Best of You.
Oh yeah.
In Nightmare Time 1, my favorite one is Time Bastard. I love that song. And then in Nightmare Time 2, I think my favorite is Axeman. Oh my God, is he Axeman?
Yeah.
I love that song. I think it's like you can usually tell what my favorite song is because it's the one in the trailer for the thing.
Yes.
I picked that one.
Yeah. I'm gonna edit this right in.
Yeah. So, okay, let's see here. I've seen some questions pop up a million times. This person is saying, was Wilbur Cross involved in McNamara's infection? I'm guessing what they're asking is Wilbur Cross somehow in Hatchetfield during Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals involved in infecting McNamara off stage somewhere?
Yeah.
I would say no.
I would think that I would say that Wilbur Cross would steer clear of Hatchetfield at that point. Yeah. But I also could imagine there being something cool where he
there's a really cool fight scene right off screen, right off stage.
Kevin's right over there.
There's a whole B plot that you're not seeing. All the shit.
Also, remember,
cool.
McNamara loves
and Guildenstern kind of situation.
McNamara, you know what? Maybe it is though. You might have Wilbur Cross show up just to be a jerk. He puts on a hat and he turns up his collar, and McNamara's waiting for his coffee, and somebody's supposed to bring it to him, and Wilbur Cross does it, and then he walks away without McNamara even noticing it was him. Maybe something like that too. But
sneaky.
I think that, if anyone was aware of what was going to happen, it would have been Wilbur Cross. And I think that Wilbur Cross is, I don't know how he can avoid the events of Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals, but I think he would try very hard to avoid that whole thing,
For Pokey reasons?
Pokey is difficult to deal with because he hates everything that is not himself. He hates the other Lords in Black. He hates everything. He wants to consume all of it. It's just, can he consume it or not? And the Lords in Black themselves are possibly too powerful or too impossible to consume. And Wilbur Cross has specifically some kind of thing going on with the Lords in Black. So I don't know exactly how he is involved in the Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals, but I think that, he would, you know, I don't know. I don't know if he was involved in McNamara getting turned, but I think it's a fun idea. Okay, let's see here.
I saw one question that was pertained to like stage management for the show.
Go for it, please. Yes.
Question is, how complex was the calling? This is Jemmy asking, how complex was the calling of the show the first time, and what do you anticipate it will be like this time? For anyone who's not familiar with the lingo, calling the show means like calling all of the lights and sound cues and rail cues and any other cues that might apply during the live show. Calling it during the actual performance. So for the guy who didn't like musicals, it was actually just me in the booth, just running lights and sound. We were in a much, you know, smaller 99-seat theater. Pretty simple. Our lighting rig wasn't too extensive. You know, you've all seen the production. So as far as like from a calling standpoint, I wouldn't say it was like one of my more difficult shows. There's also like these longer scenes where there's really not a whole lot of lighting changes or anything, so really not that difficult. As far as this time around, I do anticipate it will be a little bit more it'll just be more involved, because we're also, you know, we're talking about things like flying in and out using the railing system that the El Hotel has. You know, there may be potential like spotlight moments, things like that, as well as just amplifying all of the tech. So lighting, sound, all that. So with that comes just more cues to call. But that will be Juliet this time. During the actual performances, I will largely be uninvolved as production manager. I'll still be at the shows, but it's kind of just handing it off to Juliet at that point.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. Matt,
Awesome.
how about this? And this is from where does it go? Bob gave me a biscuit. Question in Guy, is the music diegetic or is everyone singing with no music?
Oh, man.
For everyone, I guess. But then also, it's like, is the music just, are they hearing the music?
I think Matt and I think at one point even had stuff in the script where people were hearing music floating through the air somehow. But we cut that. I would imagine that if I'm not sure. I you know, it's like I think that the idea of the music existing in world makes, I don't know if it makes sense or not. It may be. They're kind of aliens, so maybe they also
maybe
make
their
music.
vocal cords are completely reconstructed and make some music along with the singing.
Maybe they hear the music after being infected. They're all part of the same unit. They're able to choreograph, you know, each other and do things in unison.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We do know that
they are psychic.
They're psychically
They're all
connected.
psychic entities, so maybe the music's being projected into Paul's mind.
Yeah,
And the fact that they're sharing like the one voice, there's like the scene where they're like, "You will." So it's like you go. They all have the same tempo. They're all hearing the tempo.
Yes.
Yeah.
You gotta think the music's connected in that way too.
Absolutely. They are drawn to rhythmic frequency, as Higgins says. At some point, we needed him to sing it and draw the aliens to him. You know.
Yeah, they go when they hear the music.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like a little fish. Man. Yeah, what are some other fun? I saw someone ask, is there an official Hatchetfield map? There is.
Well, it's more like a piece of art.
Yes.
Yeah, that has yet to be revealed. But yeah, Sarah Keeley did a big kind of piece of the town of Hatchetfield, but it's not a completely comprehensive map. But it's very cool looking. We're gonna do something with it, but it just has not been revealed yet.
Joey, are you also referring to the map that's inside the black book?
That's kind of like do you have a visual layout of? Well, I guess I don't know. I read a question and it went right on by, so I may have missed even a word. But I was thinking like you have it spaced out like there's an internal map ish kind of. At least there was
I have a basic idea of it in my head, but again, sometimes when I talk to Nick, he has the opposite vision to where I imagine things being over here, and I talk to him and he goes, "What are you talking about?" No, it's over here.
I think it's over here.
And we just tend to not ever decide because we'll get into a fight about it.
Yeah.
So we just have our own personal layouts in our heads.
Yeah.
And it's not at all worth fighting about.
No, it's not a big deal.
But we definitely would have an argument about where Pizza is.
Where is it?
Well, now they're going to fight about it.
Where is Pizza? Well, in my mind, Pizza is kind of it's similar to Pinball Pete's in Ann Arbor, so it's kind of over there. It's over there.
It's kind of on South.
It's in Ann Arbor.
No, but I did see somebody ask, where is Hatchetfield located on Earth? And I think we've said this. It's in Michigan.
Yeah.
Because Matt and I are from Michigan, so that's what we know. There are lakes. It is supposed to be an island on off the coast, similar to Mackinac Island.
Yes.
But I think it's a little more I would imagine more near where like Traverse City is and stuff like that. So I think that's kind of where it is. And we made it a island so that we could isolate it. In The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals, we wanted to say there's a bridge to get onto it so that they could cut it off from the rest of the world.
Yeah. So it could be like, you got to get off.
We got to get out of here.
Yeah.
And then later in like a few unused Nightmare Time stories, we had like specifically used the idea that it is on an island, and like we set certain scenes on the Nantucket Bridge, which connects it to the mainland. So okay, let's do maybe like 5 more questions, and then let's talk about some I guess we could talk. Do you want to talk about Nightmare Time stories, like unused ones or potential ones, or do you think we'll just keep answering questions? What do you want to do?
I don't know. We could also do some more tarot readings. We did not see a third of the cards, so we could do some more.
Another reading.
If possible, I would love to. If John comes on the stream, I would love to wait until he's here so we can use his randomizer.
Oh, the wheel,
the wheel that he made.
Wheel, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this Kickstarter, it is already at 628, 400. It is like 30, almost 30, a little under 3,200 or 2,200 away from even the next, not 22,000. I'm sorry, from the next tier.
Yeah, 22,000 away from the next tier. Are we going to get to that in the next 2 hours and 40 minutes? I think we could. I think it's possible. This one has gone up like $8,000 since we've been on here. So if you're looking to give to this campaign and you haven't done so already, you can get on there, and this is your chance. If you're looking to up your pledge, you can get on there and get some of these things. Now's the time. We got about
baby.
Less than 3 hours left on this campaign. Whew. So let's see here.
I saw someone say, can we have Ted be slightly more distraught when Charlotte dies? Because I believe Ted is fond of Charlotte in his own Ted way. I feel like it would be more of a gut punch. Hey, you don't know what I was doing over there. I was doing a little show, right? The camera wasn't on me, maybe, but I was doing a little
John, Joey was very distraught.
I remember this,
We had discussions about it during the time we were like, Joey, this is when Charlotte's dead. You're absolutely destroyed.
Because he goes through a big period in that scene where he doesn't say anything, and it's like he's just
actually. And right after that is when he has the jerkiest he ever is.
He goes hard after that.
We talked about it because he's so upset and angry that Charlotte died, and how Ted expresses his emotions is through anger. You know?
So it's we got you. We're thinking out there.
There you go.
Oh, question for Matt. I saw.
Oh, me. Hi.
Any chance of expanding the Hatchetfield High School band into a bigger orchestra? Not for this show.
Not for this show. I love the. I mean, I am partial to the quartet we have, but that's like. But at this point, it's been the quartet for so long that it is kind of like the Hatchetfield sound to me.
Yeah.
So I love like having the kind of basics of the drum kit, electric bass, electric guitar, and another keyboard, and I play keyboard the whole time. That kind of that scratches the itch for me, and I think it creates this sound that's not too polished for Hatchetfield. I feel like it needs to have a little bit of an edge at all times, like it could fly off the handle at any given moment. I think Jeff's music really lends itself to that kind of strategy and orchestration. If I were to add more pieces to the Hatchetfield band, I don't even know what it would be. There's so many other cool sounds. I would maybe just have something like a dedicated extra keyboard to do all the crazy sounds that Jeff comes up with. But pure orchestration, I don't know. I don't know. I would need to know what show we were doing. Every show is, different in a little bit of a way. So if there's a new texture, I wouldn't be opposed, but I think in my mind, the Hatchetfield sound is is the quartet, where it's just raw and powerful and ready to speed run any song.
Awesome. I'm seeing, here's a question that says, here we go. I've lost it, but it said what happened to Steph's mom, in Nerdy Prudes Must Die. So there, Stephanie Lauder in Nerdy Prudes Must Die does not have a mother. It's possible.
It's pretty heavily implied, right?
We're getting into possible spoiler territory, but in my mind, Mayor Solomon Lauder clearly has some experience with the Black Book, hates the Black Book, buried it out in the woods because he used it at some point.
You know that making deals with the Lords in Black, you have to give up the thing you like most, and his wife's dead. He became mayor somehow. How do you think you can put it together?
The dots are there to connect. Yeah.
So there's that. I also saw a thing. This is a little thing. Somebody said, "Who is Lex's dad?" This is a thing that Matt and I have made up. Who Lex's dad is?
Is it a person we have? Do we know this?
No,
Okay,
it's nobody that you know. It's this is a potential spoiler as well.
It's a bummer. It's one of the
bummer.
sadder things that we've ever made up.
Yeah. So it's this was involved in a potential Nightmare Time story. So I don't know if we should 100% go into it because I like this story. So it might be, but we know who it is, and it's nobody that you've seen before.
Yeah. It's not going to be a cool thing to find out, wow, that's my dad. It's going to be and she's going to feel lost and horrible when she finds out.
Yeah. So let's see here. So this person has said this a bunch of times. Are Ted and Lex made to be a similar archetype? I don't think so. Lex and Ted.
No.
I don't really 100% see the similarities between Lex and Ted. I definitely see similarities in terms of archetype between Ted and Ruth, because they're both the horny one. The the horny, obnoxious one. So
And they're both a little angry at how
Yeah.
horny they are.
yeah, the angry, horny one. So
Yeah, because Lex is kind of like Lex is a classic teen archetype of like girl from the other side of the tracks who's got who's
Lex
got a
is
real
the-
good heart of
yeah.
gold, but like just has been dealing with a bunch of stuff. And Ted is the guy in,
Ted is
in
a
the
spoiled-
zombie movie. So you're like, can we fucking kill this guy?
yeah, Ted is a privileged white man, the epitome of a privileged white man.
Yeah.
Well, he's just in horror movies. There's I think a good name for the archetype is the dick guy, who is always wrong about everything. Is always the first to say, "Kill him quick." He's always the one that
that wants to abandon their friends.
Yeah. They're
In, like-
dead. Leave them. Yeah.
In like there, I just saw the new Final Destination too, and there's like a similar archetype in every Final Destination movie too. It's the one guy who's like, "This isn't real." And it's like, this is fine. And then he immediately gets a garbage truck, takes his head off or some shit.
Yeah, usually that dick guy character lasts for longer than you want him to. He's like around and he's the most annoying and disruptive person. And you go, it would honestly be maybe a little useful for this guy to die. And he sticks around longer than he should.
Because in the scope of like a show or a story or something, you go, at that point in the story, you need like a satisfying death that makes you go, fucking finally.
Yes.
And you're like, so that's that's the 10.
And you want there to be somebody there to bring in tension to the group, someone to like stir the pot, So in terms of writing, the dick guy is a necessary evil. So so there you go.
Oh yeah.
Somebody's asking, does Ted regret becoming a sleazeball? I think Ted regrets everything about his life.
He'll never tell you that.
Yeah. You'll never hear him say it. But the answer
Only
is yes.
loosely say it to Higgins at Paul and Emma's wedding, where he's like,
I think in terms of like what are my favorite Hatchetfield pairings that have popped up, Ted and Higgins is one of my favorite ones. Good old Ted and Hidge.
Two guys who genuinely don't care about each other at all.
No.
like any friendship they have is not invested at all in them liking each other. It's just they're like, I can get something out of this person.
Yeah, they've always got some kind of get rich quick scheme.
Yeah,
they're two con men that are up to no good. I like that dynamic.
They see game sees game.
Yep.
I saw a question earlier that was who is the father to Linda's other two children? Now, is that a dad we know?
Well, one you know and one you don't.
Okay.
TBD.
So there we go. Because we never said that those two kids were from the same person either. We just said that only 2 of the 4 kids are with Gerald.
Yeah. Do all the Lords in Black hate each other? Do they all kind of hate each other? Or is like Pokey hating the other ones kind of?
I think they all kind of hate each other.
They're like, I view the Lords in Black because they're immortal and all powerful. And because they're immortal, they never gain wisdom. So I see them because wisdom is gained by, doing something and going, oh, I made a mistake. You put your hand on a hot oven and you go, oh, that's hot. I'll never do that again. I've gained some wisdom. The Lords in Black, in a lot of ways, are stupid and childlike because they never gain any wisdom. And if you watch, like I've got 4 nieces and nephews all under 5. And how they behave is very much how I think the Lords in Black behave. 1 second they're best friends, then they hate each other and they're going trying to beat each other up. And I view them like that.
Yeah, they're like petulant children,
Yeah.
Spoiled, petulant, everlasting children. Okay, I've seen some people say, "Oh, this person has said, what was Linda Monroe like in high school?" I think she was very similar to what she's like now.
Yeah, I think that's a big
That's what I
Linda
imagine.
thing. She covets her youth and who she was.
Yeah, and you also have to remember Linda's dad, Roman Murray, is like terrible. So Linda has had a rough go of it in some ways, and in some ways she's very spoiled and angry and all of that. And I think she's kind of been that way her whole life. But there are reasons why she hates Becky Barnes. Because Becky and Linda are kind of like opposites, you know. Linda is the person who has everything and appreciates none of it and always wants more. Becky has nothing, appreciates everything, is kind to everyone, is the most giving soul you could possibly imagine. And Linda just looks at that and says, I hate that. Idiot. Yeah, she just doesn't like it. Becky's too good. Okay, let's see here.
Sorry, I had to take off my sweatshirt because I started to get the pasta sweats. You know, I had a lot of pasta.
Yes, it's the marinara.
I was like, ooh, I gotta cool off.
Okay, here's one that I've seen a bit. Do we all have a favorite Lord in Black?
Pokey. I like Pokey the best because he was my first Lord in Black, even when I didn't, know he was the Lord in Black, during that run.
Yeah.
When it all came into focus, he's my kind of guy. I love Wiggly, but I think Pokey, he literally just turns everything into a musical. How perfect is that for me? I have to root for him, so that's my dude.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
I like Dinky because he tortures one person. I think it's funny.
Yeah.
And it's not just because it's the Ted thing, but I'm like, it is funny to me that his stuff focuses on I need to make this one guy miserable. I think that's incredibly vindictive and fucked up in a fun way.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to say Pokey as well for very similar reasons. We had no idea kind of where things would go at the time, and what is this blue goo and everything, and to see hi Lauren,
Boys.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hello,
it's
Lauren.
boy time.
Boy time.
Boy thing.
Hello, Lauren.
How's
There are
everybody?
two girls
Hi,
in the chat now.
Say.
Yes.
Look at that little baby.
Hello.
Yes, she is.
Oh my God, I want to cry.
She's been chilling in my lap.
Wow, she's so cute.
She stood up when you joined. She knew there was another woman here.
Oh.
She was like, thank God, finally.
Stand up.
I'm waiting for this. How's everyone doing? Don't let me interrupt. What are you talking about?
No.
We're talking about our favorite
Oh,
Lords
yeah.
in Black.
Which
Ooh.
one
Which is your
Same.
favorite?
Who's your favorite?
Ooh, I like the one with the big old mouth.
Yeah.
What was it?
Nibbly.
The
Nibbly.
Right.
That's the one in Honey Queen.
Right, exactly.
What beautiful
yeah.
lips.
I've
Honey
loved
Queen.
every iteration of that. I like the grotesque drawing of her. Yeah, she's a girl. And I like Kim's. I like Kim's interpretation of it, and I really like the plushie, or not the plushie, the model doll that's on the Kickstarter. I like that iteration as well. Yeah.
Speaking of smiling real quick, this is such a stupid tangent, but I had to film a commercial audition the other day, and I had to smile with my teeth, and it was the weirdest thing I've ever. I feel like I haven't smiled with my teeth in so long, and we have this, and it's literally it's like Slate, and I'm like, "Hi, Joey Richter," and then I'm like, Lauren kept going.
That's not even exaggeration.
She's like, "You look like an alien."
It's actually really hard because when I got my teeth knocked out when I fell off the scooter, I had to go to the orthodontist to get retainers, and they do the same thing. They take a picture of you for your profile, and they say smile showing your teeth, and I can't do that on command. And so the picture they took, Rusty said, "Could you please print that out for me? Because I want it." Because it was me going like that. It's the absolute worst picture of me ever. But it's
show me your
it's
teeth.
harder than.
Do
It
I have to
is.
show you all my teeth?
Right, because you think they mean that they need to see all of your teeth.
You go, okay.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Yeah. But no, they just wanted. I don't know why I need to be smiling for their picture if they don't need to see my teeth.
Yeah.
Don't
so
you
funny.
get a lot of other pictures of my teeth when you're like working on my teeth? Why do you need one now?
Right, you know what
Yeah,
my
what's
teeth
the
look
point?
like.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
You were there.
If we get to $700,000, I'll release the footage of Joey trying to smile with his teeth.
Yeah.
She kept it. It's just you going, oh my God, please just smile normally. And I go, thank you.
Oh my God.
So
Wilson Fisk saying, "I love New York."
It's hard. It's hard to do it on command.
It's really weird.
Yes.
It's a weird thing. I felt
So funny.
it's the strangest I felt in a really long time. Anyhow,
Yeah.
that was my
Anyway.
teeth story.
Awesome.
Anyway, yes, I like Nibbly. What did everyone else say?
Pokey. He was
Yeah.
my main dude. Hard not to root for him.
It's true. I like Pokey too.
Turns everything into a musical. It's my kind
Yeah,
of guy.
it's true. That's a great and
Matt?
that he was a theater kid.
Yeah.
His human form. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
It's very real.
Matt, do you have a preference?
I really like Wiggly, but I also do like Nibbly because we wrote a whole thing that about him.
Yes.
but
I
we never.
Oh.
I also
That
am
script
partial to Nibbly because of a story that Matt and I wrote we have not talked about, that we have not shared, that we have not done anything with. So, but maybe we will.
Mhm.
So we like Nibbly.
Oh.
Great.
Beautiful.
But I also like Wiggly. Wiggly's cool too.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me
R.I.P. to Blanky. Sorry, Blanky.
We're just looking for
Explain.
we're looking for questions, but the chat goes by very quick.
Yeah, it's very fast.
So yeah, it's
All
like
right.
you're reading one and the one completely goes away. Okay.
Fire Piplup keeps saying, Joey and Lauren, is there a way I can get you to sign my Starship DVD? I don't know.
Yes.
If you pay,
There is a way. We don't know what it is.
If we get to $700,000,
That's the ticket.
Yeah. How would that even happen? Because obviously, I don't think you'd give out your address.
No.
So
no, I
they
don't
would have
think
to.
so.
I think that'd be a bad idea.
You
Yeah,
have to. Here's what you have to do. Your mission is you have to come see the guy who didn't like musicals, and you need to leave it in a secret spot that only we know about, and then we will find it. And it's got to be around the theater. We'll find it. We'll sign it. We'll leave it there.
You need to leave it at the
That would
counter
work.
of
Yeah.
a Hawaiian
Yeah.
barbecue place across.
Yes.
Yeah.
Legit. Legit.
Yeah, you need to somehow communicate where that secret place is going to be to Lauren and Joey. I don't know
Right.
how you're going to do that.
I don't know.
But yeah. Or
Just
just
in the chat.
during the show, during the curtain call, just throw it
Just
onto
throw
the
it
stage.
as hard as you can.
Yes. That's what we need. Just a few bouquets and then one hard DVD.
Just someone.
Okay, great.
Um,
all right, Lauren. Okay.
Yes.
All right, Lauren, are you going to get a real squirrel to play Peanuts?
Yes,
Nuts.
I actually have been. I've actually been auditioning squirrels
quick
that are in
yes.
my neighborhood. Yes, and this is actually a priority. I've been auditioning squirrels in my neighborhood. I've held a sort of American Idol, if you will, of squirrels. I have pictures of all of them. This is real, and I'm gonna post them on Instagram sometime, maybe this week, and I'll let the people vote. And It's gonna be, I think it's gonna be free. Actually, we don't even need the budget. I just need to capture one of them.
Yeah.
This needs to be
We have a huge nut on it.
Yeah.
You could cast him. That's the easy part because he's
Right.
never in the show. So
Right. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
But you could cast him.
That's true. I'll just cast him. That's the great point.
Yeah. He never appears.
This is a logistical question. If plans change, are tickets refundable or transferable? Paul, what was it like last year? Were we able to transfer tickets?
Yeah, it was fine if you either contacted the theater or us directly via email. It'll be a different producer on ticketing this time around, but I imagine they'd have access to the same email. Just give us your ticket information and we can make the transfer, the refund.
Yeah,
shouldn't be an issue with that ticketing system.
Yeah, we will try to accommodate. Lauren,
The only thing is that you would absorb like the small little fees on the ticket, but otherwise it'd be a full refund.
Lauren, how do you feel about directing?
Oh my God, am I directing? Sorry. Sorry, I couldn't commit to it. I really crapped out. I'm really excited. I love this show. So I'm excited just as a fan of the show. I'm very excited to take on this role. And yeah, I'm very, very excited. I hope everyone has a good experience. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. I'm very excited. And I really love the show. I really do. It's like, especially revisiting it, both the script and watching the show, I'm like, wow, this is a good fucking show. It's tight. It's such an ensemble show, which I love. So many fun, like small scenes between characters that are mixed with these big moments of excitement and terror. It's got it all. It really does.
It's got it all.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Excited.
Yes, I'm excited. I think it'll be great. People are saying, Lauren, what's the budget for people flying through the air?
Okay, so we're almost there. I do think it will take minimum $750. But I think we could get there. But yeah, I mean that is an expense. There's always the option of flying people through the air and slamming them against the wall, and only doing that with like half the cast. But I do want everyone to experience it, so
yeah,
it would be more, But we're almost there.
I think it would be ideal if there were a bunch of really taut bungee cords at the end of Let It Out, and then when the meteor explodes, everyone gets just bounced all over the theater, splash all over the theater.
Yeah,
I don't like musicals.
Yeah.
Oh, that would
Yeah.
be silly.
That was
Yeah, and the lights go down just before it happens. So it is happening. You just can't see it.
Right.
That's good. Somebody's asking why isn't this is another boring logistical question. Why isn't Cinderella's Castle 4K on YouTube? That is because there was a decision made early on of how much space everything was going to take up, because when you film in 4K, the footage gets much bigger and harder to edit with. And so much footage was captured for Cinderella's Castle, there was a decision made to just do 1080, since there are some monitors that don't even play in 4K. And YouTube also has started doing this thing. I don't know if anyone has noticed this, but they actually have you have to have YouTube Premium in order to get the highest quality of streaming nowadays. So, so that. But I love YouTube. I love YouTube. It's the best.
Still love you.
But
for the 1%.
But it was a decision of going like, okay, is this really going to make a difference when you're streaming it online? It'll make an enormous difference in terms of much space it takes up and what the editing process is going to be like. And it was decided to do it in 1080 rather.
Does it really look that much better if it's in 4K? Because it's still compressed and everything. It's like, does it make that big of a difference?
You know, maybe eagle-eyed viewers may be able to view some sort of difference, but really, not too much. The original guy who didn't like musicals is not in 4K. The only StarKid shows I think that were filmed in 4K, I think Black Friday and Nerdy Prudes and Cinderella were I think filmed in 4K. No, not Cinderella.
No.
So just Black Friday and Nerdy Prudes.
Wow.
So, but
here's what 4K footage will do. It's like there was so much footage captured for Cinderella that it took Nick 8 months to edit. So imagine trying to edit, and with the 4K footage, it's so much bigger that Final Cut Pro is crashing every 30 minutes. So it's like you would have had to wait 5 years.
This is something as well. This is really boring too. But as I was editing Cinderella, Final Cut crashed constantly.
Oh my God.
The good thing about Final Cut is that you don't have to save anything. You don't have to save. So it automatically saves all your progress. It didn't used to do that. There would be times where it used to crash, and probably one of the maddest times when I got the maddest I ever was, I was sitting there, I was editing, and I lost 3 hours worth of editing because the thing crashed. And I sat there like this, and then I went, hours! And I hit a water bottle off of my desk. That's one of the maddest things I've ever done in my life.
Amazing.
What show was that?
I don't remember. It was probably during. I can't remember. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Maybe the guy who didn't like musicals. Honestly.
Oh no.
No.
Okay, here we go. This one person, Bloody Zelda, keeps on saying, Nick, is Max Yeagerman coming out of the black and white? And if not, will he get a Nightmare Time episode before the events of Nerdy Prudes Must Die? This is all stuff that we can't really 100% talk about because it gets into some spoiler territory in terms of the logistics of what happens when you get sucked into the black and white and all of that. But you know, like we said before, we wanted to do a story called Max vs. the Axe, where Max Yeagerman would come out of the black and white in a certain way. So it really is. We don't really 100% want to get into so much into spoiler stuff.
Okay. I got a question. This question has been copy and pasted so many times.
Yeah.
Nick and Matt, in The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals, is the apotheosis a gradual process? If no, then why did Mr. Davidson say, keep my hands off you? What does that mean?
Oh, in What Do You Want, Paul?
Yeah.
Yeah, in What Do You Want, Paul, he does say to keep my hands off you. It's basically in that I think that it depends on how you're turned by the spores. Like at the end of Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals, Paul is going back and forth because the spores, he's breathing in spores that are reconstructing him from the inside. But I think by the time Mr. Davidson sings What Do You Want, Paul, he's fully dead and taken over by the apotheosis. You know, in some of these things, you'd have to ask Jeff a little bit since he's the guy who's writing the lyrics. But I imagine that Mr. Davidson is fully dead at that point. I imagine that if you drink the stuff or if you ingest that blue liquid, it's a fairly quick process of dying. You even see it. At Beanies, there are the people who drink it go,
Mhm.
"Oh," and then they stand up and start singing maybe 20 seconds later.
It happened to Ted right before America is Great Again.
Ted, he gets shot, and then
like it's a quick thing, and then like welcome to the army. Yeah.
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 Mhm. So I think that the meteor gets more powerful depending on your proximity to it and all that.
Makes sense.
Okay. People are asking about Lauren playing Blinky in.
Why?
People are saying, why was Lauren playing Blinky and all of that? So, in
Long audition process.
in Nerdy Prudes Must Die. So
Lauren
in,
a bunch of squirrels.
Yeah.
in Nerdy Prudes Must Die, you will notice that there is a certain number of people that are in the cast. How we picked how many people were going to be in the cast was we took the biggest scene and said, here's the least amount of people that we can do this show with. It was, we needed to have, and it's all because of that Lords in Black scene. We needed to have the 3 kids that are on stage with 5 Lords in Black around them. So
Right.
there's 8 people. It couldn't be Max because Max is in makeup. His costume change would have been impossible to do. So we then had to have Max. And also it would have been too quick of a costume change for Shapiro. So we had to have Shapiro be somebody different. That's why the cast is 10 people. So why are all those Lords in Black played by those specific actors? Because they were not being used elsewhere. We knew that they needed to be.
Wait.
In the scene.
Wait. It's not because I brought something so special to it that you couldn't be anyone else.
You know, but it was when we were picking who was going to be who in the midst of everybody, we were like, okay, what are the Lords in Black each going to appear as? Because we said, okay, Wiggly's going to be like this preppy kid with a crown on for some reason. And then we were like, okay, Pokey is going to be a theater kid. So he has like a beret on and all of that. Nibbly, there was like also discussions with June about what we could do with each one of these Lords in Black, because they appear as essentially different kids, because they say even when Matt and I were writing the show, we said, how are we going to do these Lords in Black when they appear on stage? Because we were like, are they going to be giant puppets? Are they going to be...
This is always what happens. It always happens is we write in fully articulated giant puppets, and then we eventually get to the point where we say, with Wiggly, he's just going to be these lights, right? And I said, yeah, he's just going to be these lights. And then with the Lords in Black, we knew it was coming, so we were like, listen, we're never going to make these puppets. And even if we did, they would look so stupid. Who's going to carry them out? How are they going to work? And so we said, let's just write it. Let's just not leave this for rehearsal when we inevitably go, we can't do it. Let's just write it into the show. They're just going to be kids. And it was a big argument and a big thing, but slowly we decided
it works really well though.
It works really well.
Yeah,
it's a great choice.
Yeah,
and June killed it.
Yeah, I like that they all kind of take different forms. The idea, originally we had this idea for Lauren as Blinky, because they kind of all have different, things. And we were like, okay, Blinky's going to be on a phone. And do you remember this, Lauren? At one point, we had it that you were going to have a eye that was on the screen of the phone that you were going to hold up like this.
Yes.
And you were going to as if, that was Blinky's eye. We eventually said, we don't know how to do that. So we cut that idea. But, we kind of were like, okay, Blinky's going to look like this. And, June was like, what if we made Tinky like a boy band guy?
Chris Kirkpatrick.
So that's what Tinky looks like. And then Blinky is more of like a K-pop kind of thing.
Right.
Not Blinky.
Nibbly.
Nibbly's like with the big... We knew we wanted Nibbly to have the big ponytail and a lollipop and going with that lollipop, because we were like, that'd be fun. So and June did a great job with all those costumes.
So
yeah.
I will say this. I did have a lot of fun when I was making the tarot deck with Nicole, where because we knew that the Lords in Black were going to be cards, and her first drafts of the Lords in Black, they were kind of like shapes. They were just kind of like, because she didn't want to like commit a form to them, which makes sense because they're supposed to be beyond, you know, your imagination. But I was like, no, Nicole, please let them be monsters. This is the only time I'll ever get to see them as monsters.
Yeah.
We're never going to be able to see them as monsters. So so I had some fun. We had fun designing them because I did some drawings and sent them to her, and then she made them look way better and like changed them around and made them really cool. But I had so much fun drawing the Lords in Black. It was a whole like deciding what the monsters looked like.
That's
that was
cool.
That was pure pleasure.
I
I've
love
had the
that.
drawings. I've had the drawings sitting around. If you want to see.
Yeah, show them.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, this was okay. Here was Tinky.
Ooh.
Whoa.
There's the
Oh
guy.
my god.
Very
Check
cool.
it out.
Yeah, there he was.
Ooh.
Here was Pokey. That's how I drew him.
Hey.
He
That's
was
our
like
guy.
puking out stuff.
Yeah.
Are these Nicole's
Love it.
drawings?
Uh,
Or drawings?
No,
Are
these are
Matt's
my
drawings.
these are
Oh,
my
sick.
drawings, and I sent them to Nicole. So like,
Hell yeah.
you know, and then she like
Guy.
took
so
certain
spirited
things
away.
and changed them around and like cleaned them up. Like I can't finish a drawing. You know, these are all sketchy to where they're not finished.
Yeah, they look like
See that?
shit.
Yeah,
Wow.
they look like
cool.
shit. So that was Wiggly.
Yeah, those
This
look
was,
like
They're
this
awesome.
was Nibbly.
Whoa, look at that
Wiggly.
big old mouth.
Ew, he's kind of gross.
Whoa.
I
Yeah,
love all those
he's a
goals.
gross. Yeah, and his little
Gross.
Sick.
nipples.
Little thing. Yeah.
Yeah, he was
Dang.
really gross. But this one was my favorite. Blinky was my favorite. He was a weird,
Oh
gross
my
baby
God.
thing.
That's so funny.
I like the eyes on the nipples.
Eyes on top of the
Eyes
nipples.
on the
Those are
nipples,
great.
yeah.
Wow.
So it was, and that's probably the only time they'll ever be monsters. So I had a
Yeah.
whole lot of fun making them monsters.
That's so cool.
And,
Could you
um,
imagine if we tried to do the puppets and nerdy crits and everyone just has a big like paper mache carnival head and it's just
my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, we really tried. But
No, I think that was a
couldn't do it. I
great
think
choice.
good move.
I think it was a good call how it ended up. I think that is the best it could have been.
I'm gonna eat some food real quick, but I'll hop back on a little bit. I'm just hungry.
Yes, sir.
Have a
But I'll
good
be watching.
have a
Go
good
eat.
time.
Thank
Go
you.
eat.
I will.
Go
See you
eat.
soon. I've seen a question in the chat that's just any tips for aspiring playwrights?
Ooh.
People wanting to write
Um,
shows. Any loose general writing tips for writing specifically shows?
Okay. I would say that don't be too picky or precious about the first thing you write. Just write it and get it out. Don't let something get too old or gather too much baggage. You know, an idea can only be so long, and there's only so many ideas and story beats that will fit into it. Not everything you like or everything that you imagine will fit into the same story. So I would suggest just writing one thing, getting it out, and also letting some kind of audience see it, like getting feedback, and then moving on to the next thing. Like, because if you write something forever and never share it with anybody, it's going to become a giant mess way faster than you think. Because you're also not going to be the same person in 5 years or even in 2 years. You're going to change what you have an interest in writing, and so you should try to capture your mental state at the time, get it out, because it will not, you will not have that mental state in a year or even 6 months.
And you
So-
don't.
That's a good point.
You don't want to stay there forever. You don't want to be
Right.
No.
ruminating on how do I tackle this one idea forever.
Yeah. And sometimes you will hit a wall on an idea, and it's because you're not ready to write it. You don't know how something works, or you haven't pushed yourself enough, or you just might not be ready. And when that happens, just put that idea on the shelf and write something else. I would say if something's not clicking, just give it a while, because one of the best writers is just time.
Ooh, I love that.
Take a year off, and suddenly all the problems will work themselves out. You'll look at it and go, "Oh, this is way easier than I thought it needed to be."
Yeah.
So
yeah, tell it to as many people as you can, because also you'll work out a lot of issues as you're telling it. You know, it'll force you into saying, okay, well, I want it to work dramatically, and I'm telling like a version of it to this person right now. And you know, sometimes you'll iron out details and things like that.
You'll be forced to iron out details. Yeah. And you'll also be able to see where people get bored.
Yeah.
Where their eyes glaze over.
Yeah, where they stop caring. And that's where you can
That's
go,
useful.
okay. Okay.
It is useful.
It is incredibly useful. Yeah. Because sometimes you tell somebody a story and they go, oh, it was fine. They'll never straight out tell you it was bad, which
Right.
sometimes would be really helpful. But they
Yeah.
just won't be they will not be engaged. And then sometimes, you know, you'll maybe recognize that a story was better than you thought, because people will be more engaged than you thought.
Yeah.
So,
Or like
an
a show
audience.
Oh, sorry, you finish.
I was just going to say, an audience is the other half of a story. You know, it's not just the author; it's the people experiencing the story. That's like the most important part. Unless you have the audience experiencing the writing, then it's not done. You're not.
Yeah.
You know, you got to have the audience.
Yeah.
And I think something that being someone who has performed a lot in your guys' writing over the years too, and known about and been privy to a lot of projects where it's like, you also sometimes find out that like, oh, this project doesn't work as this thing. It needs to be a new thing. It's like either in
Like the
form,
medium, or
like this should be actually a movie, or this shouldn't be a stage show, or this could be a stage show, or like that's one of the fascinating things you suddenly find out, where you're like, oh god, why are we doing this like this now? This is made for XYZ instead, which is always so fascinating.
Yeah. The other thing I would suggest for writers is, if you want to be a writer, you actually have to write.
That is.
I know that when I was growing up, I was like, yeah, I'm good at writing, because I can make up a Batman movie. And you know how I made up my Batman movies? I would say, oh, easy. First movie, he fights the Penguin and the Joker, and the thing is that it's good, and there's a set piece that's a junkyard, and it's like, and that is what I thought writing was. I was like, and obviously the second movie, he fights Riddler and Mr. Freeze, and I think that is kind of how younger people write. They get kind of half-baked ideas, and then how they fill in the blanks is, and it's also really good and really funny. And
that's how a lot of studio executives write too.
Yeah.
Something sounds really good and really funny if you can just say it's really good and really funny. But my whole childhood was talking about different ideas, and me and Nick would always make up movies. And I thought that Matt Lang, a little white boy from Michigan, was going to make and write the Dragon Ball Z movies. That's what I thought. I thought Akira Toriyama would say, "This kid, this guy."
Yeah,
and
Matt,
so
Matt and I for 5 years treated it like our job. We would come home from school and go, "All right, it's time to get to work."
Yeah, and we'd say, "All right, we got the first movie
All
figured
right.
out, and
This movie ain't gonna
third
write
movie-
itself."
Yeah, God. I want to read this script.
did.
That
We
is
never-
so funny.
We never put pen to paper.
We never put pen to paper. Never put pen to paper. We said that's the easy
It's
part.
all up here.
Yeah.
We just, that's the easy
Not
part.
her
First,
school.
we had to untangle, like, okay, who's gonna go in the second movie? Is it gonna be the androids, or is it gonna be Trunks, or is it gonna be Cell, or is it gonna be all of them, or is it gonna be maybe Cell doesn't fit in the second movie? And so that's what we were talking about for years. We did this and years,
Brew up
and I
a
would.
big cup of coffee after school.
This
all
is
night.
what we did. We did. We
It was a
would
job.
come home
we
and
treated
we were like, we have to go to work. Matt would get mad at me when I would go and hang out with other people because Matt would
I'd
say,
say you
"How-
have a job to do. We have to finish
get
these
some
Dragon Ball
work
Z
done.
movies."
We need to get our work done." And but I will say, you know, it did come up with Matt and I did come up with a trilogy of these movies. What we thought it would be. And I did tell it to a few people, and they all thought it was cool.
Yeah, but we never
But
wrote
it's-
anything down.
Yeah, Matt and I would go like, and then there's a filler scene where we
Character
do some
development
character
happened.
development, and we do a thing with Krillin and Goku, and they and
you
get
get the
to know
idea
what-
that they're friends.
we established that. You know.
Yeah, we called character development scenes like
Filler
the whole
scenes.
point of a story. We called them filler scenes,
Fillers,
and then
yep.
the fight would happen. And so this
Yep.
is how we wrote. And then it got to the point where, we thought, man, we're so smart. We made up the best Dragon Ball Z movies. And then in college, I sat down to write the first ever scene that I wrote on my own, and it was for a web series that we made called Little White Lie. And I needed Sammy, the main character, to come over and talk to Lauren's character, Tanya. And I needed them to, they were gonna like talk and get into a fight. And I needed to figure out how the scene was gonna start. And it was the first scene I ever wrote. And I was like, okay, so and I sat there for hours staring at a blank screen. And how I started the scene was I had Sammy come up and she looked at Lauren's character Tanya. Yeah, this was the first scene I ever wrote. This was after a decade of thinking I was the smartest person ever because I made up movies. And then I got to the first scene I ever wrote it was way later than it should have been, and it was in college, and it was a scene where Sammy came up to Tanya and they had an argument, and I was like, oh fuck. And I just looked at the screen for like 2 hours, and I kept typing out Sammy : and I wrote hello, and then
That's a good start.
and then I wrote Tanya, hello. And then I went no, and
That's
I
wrong.
deleted all of
It's all
it.
wrong.
That's wrong. But then I was like, I don't get it. But she's walking up to her, and they're gonna start talking. She'd have to say hello.
They gotta say
And
hello.
I was like,
I'd
maybe it
back
should be
in.
edgier than hello. Maybe it should be, maybe just a hey is good. And I was like, oh no, that doesn't sound like Sammy. Maybe it's how are you? And I couldn't figure it out. And the thing is, every single writer needs to go through that period of realizing that you have no idea what you're doing until you actually start doing it. And
Totally.
your first scene's gonna be really bad. But you have to do it, and you have to go through that 2 hours of hi, hello,
Hi.
and then you eventually figure it out.
God, that
is so funny.
And the sooner you can do that, the better.
Yes.
Well, it's like working out, you know? It's like you go, I don't want to go to the gym. And then the minute you get home, you're like, that felt good. And it's like
It's ongoing.
yeah, and it's,
Yes,
and it's
yes.
going and stopping.
Yes,
Cool.
it is a muscle that you do have to exercise. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's difficult.
That is
Yeah.
so funny.
That was really
not-
that was good.
Yeah.
Important advice, though. You can't
yeah.
edit a blank page.
And people
Yeah.
are asking
There's so
when
many
is
good
when is season 2 of Little White Lie coming out?
Yeah, I'd like to know that too.
Well, we gotta
Little white
gotta
lie.
get it all
20
together.
years later.
Is it 20 years?
Almost.
Oh, jeez.
Right?
You guys, we should do 20 years later, season 2.
Wait. We actually it is. When did we film that, Lauren? We filmed that before my senior year, so that was in 2007. So
yeah,
it's almost 20 years. It'll be 20 years in like 2 years.
cool.
It'll have been 20 years. I will say, we made up all these different things for season 2 of Little White Lie. But
I don't remember anything.
You don't remember the end of season 2 of Little White Lie. I don't remember a lot of stuff that went into it, but the end of season 2 was going to, because the beginning was Sammy and Duder sitting on
Why are we talking about this?
Just really quick.
You're gonna spoil it.
The end of season 2 was going to be Sammy and Tanya having a fist fight on top of a water tower, and
nice.
Tanya
and
Tanya
first
was
they say
gonna,
hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
That's how they start.
Hello, and then they fight on a water tower.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Then there'd be a filler scene, and then they'd fight.
And it's gonna be good, and then they
It's
fight.
really
It's
good,
gonna be
really
and
funny.
really
and
intense,
dramatic,
and
and all of that.
See
Yeah,
how
so-
good it would be. Good, doesn't it sound good?
That sounds really
Um,
good.
Yeah. So no, but it'll.
But I
don't
will
know.
say,
Yeah.
I will say that all those years of making up Batman movies and Dragon Ball Z movies and Spider-Man shows and all this useless garbage, we have taken a lot of those ideas and put them into our own writing. Some
Yeah.
stuff did, some concepts did survive, so it wasn't
Love it.
a complete waste of time.
It's all
You just
cumulative.
Just-
through the lens of other characters for a bit and other stories and iconic things that people know about, and then you go, we can shed those and keep
Fan fiction can be a very it can be a good way to start a story. Some famous books started out as a fan fiction, and then it became
50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah.
It started out as Twilight fan fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes that is a nice little shortcut, because writing is so hard that if you could just start with other people's characters sometimes and their world, sometimes that is a help. But then, you should go and just change all the names and everything after it's done.
Okay, some people are asking if any one of us ever reads any Hatchetfield fan fiction. You guys go on and read any fan fiction from time to time?
I haven't.
Where does the Hatchetfield fan fiction live? Where would one find it?
AO3?
Yeah.
Isn't that a fan fiction site?
I don't
What's
know.
AO3?
Chat, let me know if I'm right.
Am I 1,000 years old?
Help us out.
Maybe Tumblr? I
No,
don't
they
know.
are saying AO3.
Okay, yeah.
AO3.
Okay,
I
okay.
don't-
What else AO3?
I've never heard of AO3.
It's like
Same.
I've never heard of it.
what is
Send
AO3?
the Hatchetfield High School Band fan fiction my way.
Yeah, I've never heard of AO3. There's also somebody that's asking about if the guy who didn't like musicals was inspired by this other show. That is something that I've never heard of. So, no.
So,
No. The guy who didn't like musicals is very heavily inspired by Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yeah.
And then, and also accidentally, we named Paul Matthews the main character in The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals. We didn't realize this, but Paul Matthews is the main character of the movie Love Potion #9 as well. So,
Really?
yeah, we watched Love Potion #9 and went, wait, his name is Paul Matthews?
That's a great
Yeah.
name.
Yeah, Love Potion number 9. The guy who plays the guy who plays Paul Matthews is the voice of Disney's Hercules.
Yep.
Yo.
Oh,
It's the guy
He's
who
also
voices
Joshua in Friends.
Joshua.
Joshua.
And also, there was a new Nicolas Cage movie that came out like last year. That character is also named Paul Matthews.
Yes, it's the Dream one.
It's the Dream one.
There
yeah.
you go. There are
Yeah,
a lot
Rusty-
of Paul Matthewses.
Rusty was saying, "Hey, do you want to see this movie?" And she read me the synopsis and said, "Paul Matthews is being dreamed by this and that." And I went, "Oh, that's
Love it.
that's
It's funny.
fun."
It's like it's
So
funny that
funny.
in that movie too, it's like he's this guy. He's like the everyman guy who is just kind of like, why would everyone be dreaming about this guy? It's just the combination of those two names just feels like people just go, yes, this is just a normal whatever guy.
Well,
Average
why,
guy.
why we named him Paul Matthews is because we liked the name Paul, and then we had his last name be Matthews, as Matthew is the main character of
That's right.
of the Invasion of the Body Snatchers with Donald Sutherland
Yes.
and Jeff Goldblum and all that. So
Love having a Matthew in there.
we that's why we named him Paul Matthews.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Do you have like a, as you know, this is kind of a tangential writing question. Do you have like a trick or a way you name? How does naming? What is your creative process for naming characters? Because coming up with names, as someone
Joey.
I remember when we did Wayward Guide and we realized we named so many people A names, and we're like, we gave too many people A names that all start with A, and then, like, it's insane.
We do make
I
lists.
hate naming characters.
Yes,
I hate it.
naming characters is the absolute worst. We do make lists, and we go, we can't name that character that because we got too many A's at the end, like Linda and this and that. It's you don't want too many Emma, Hannah. We have too many A things going on. We don't want there to be characters that have the same letter in the names too many times. Sometimes you go Ruth and Richie. They're intentionally both. They have R names, so they kind of match each other. Dan and Donna match each other because they're, but we, it's really difficult. Sometimes Hatchetfield is the best for naming characters because it's very,
they're just regular names.
You come up with a regular name that sounds about right for the character. Hello, John.
Hello.
So with Paul Matthews, why we picked Paul is because we were like, okay, this sounds like a standard. This is a name, this is like a kind of a real person name. It's not something like Zazalil or like Jamila that we had to make up and like go, oh, I don't know. So this one, Hatchetfield's great. So you have like a name, and then sometimes the last name will be influenced by something. Like Bill and Alice, their last name is Woodward, which was a road in Michigan that we used to live next to, Woodward Avenue.
The Woodward Dream Tour.
The
right?
Woodward Dream, yes, absolutely. Emma Perkins. Perkins is kind of like
It's
coffee. You percolate.
But also Anthony Perkins from Psycho.
This from Psycho. Stephanie Lauder, the last name Lauder, it's supposed to be S. Lauder, which is why he's Solomon Lauder, is that it's slaughter. There was kind of a thought going into that. Ted Spankowski is just because he's he's
a jerk off.
And then same thing with Pete. We had this, Pete, we just wanted to give him a silly name, and it's kind of
regular names are great, but when you do like a fantasy story, you're going to be on thesauruses. for so many hours of your
Matt
life.
trying to figure out another meaning of another name and another.
Yes.
Yeah.
Matt
It's
and I have
miserable.
Matt and I have like this big, huge story that we've been working on since we were like 15 years old, and it's something where Matt and I are constantly on the thesaurus website going, all right, what's another word for a castle? And you look for that, and you follow tangents of going like, okay, here's a word that has a cool sound to it that hasn't been used as a name. Sometimes you'll come up with a name and then everything starts being that name, like Piper. Matt and I were like, we love the name Piper, and then Piper started being everybody's name in everything. So it's like, you know.
Did you change the name Piper from that? Is that character named Piper? Is it the Piper I think?
Well, that character doesn't even exist, so
Yeah,
yeah, well, we'll see.
Really? Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Well,
so we'll see.
Yeah.
It's just sometimes you come up with a word and you go, that's a good word. And then you find out that, and then other people do it. Hello, Jeff.
Oh, hi. Yo. Oh,
Hi.
didn't see you there.
Hey, John, now that you're here, do you think it would be possible to pull up the randomizer from last week so that we could do some more of those tarot readings?
Yeah, sure. Hang on.
Heck
Yeah, we didn't see
for
about
a-
a third of the cards.
Yeah, and some people
No.
got a really tough beat at the end.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
rough.
Joey had a rough
It
reading.
got pretty
Some
brutal.
people had a really rough reading. Maybe should have quit while they were ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
That's why I
yeah,
just did one.
Yeah.
I was like, if I just
I
get
got
one
one,
good
and it
card,
was
I'll be
great,
happy.
And I'm like, I'm good.
We also thought it'd be fun to do some readings for individual people that are watching this right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like pick some of the people here and do a reading for them. I think that'd be kind of fun. But you know, right now we've got what, like an hour and 40 minutes left,
98 minutes.
and we've got you know, right now it's at 633,370. We're seeing how far we can go before the campaign is over. It has been a really fantastic campaign thus far, and we're so incredibly thankful. It's this is now the highest funded theater Kickstarter that there's ever been, so that's amazing. And yeah, so let's celebrate and do some readings and things like that. It'd be kind of fun to do that.
Hell yeah.
Maybe some people
Love
just
it.
get a new reading and we ignore the bad stuff.
Oh,
that was
yeah, we just do a
how
redo.
the, you know,
Bogey.
maybe
Can we
some
do a
people aren't
redo?
golfers in their, you know, in their.
Joey, you
true
gotta back the campaign if you want to reread.
You got it. What's the baseline? What's the
Give me a
baseline?
minute. I'm gonna have
It's gotta be
to
75 minutes.
throw it together real quick.
1,000?
Oh, is it
won't-
not a thing that we can just pull up a random number generator as well?
Yeah.
Give me
Yeah.
like, if you want to do that for like 5 minutes, it'll only take me 5 minutes, but I just need a couple minutes.
Oh well.
We can ban
wanna
for 5
take.
We can
Yeah,
banter.
want to take a question or two for
Yeah.
these 5 minutes?
Okay, there are 35 cards, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got the random number generator.
Okay. Well,
you have to use their number, too.
who's the reading for?
Let's see.
Yeah, we need to.
Let's pick.
The reedy.
And does everybody remember how the tarot cards work? You do a single card reading, and that can mean basically anything. It somehow has some significant meaning in your life. It's kind of vague. It could be a reflection of who you are. It could be some obstacle that you have to overcome. It could be something, advice for a problem that you're dealing with. And then the 3-card reading is one card. First card represents your past. Second card represents your present, where you are right now. Third card's your future. And then there's the 5-card reading that is past, present, future, then adversary. The card represents something that's in your way that you need to overcome. And then the last card is destiny, which is your
Look at
would be your
that.
ultimate fate.
Ugh.
So
So for those of you that weren't there last week, if you're watching this, this is a Hatchetfield themed, not exactly a tarot deck. It's more like an oracle deck, because tarot has specific rules to it that we did not want to adhere to because it's difficult. So Matt
I
has
thought
put
it would be
together
more
this.
fun if because the tarot, a regular tarot deck, each card just has a meaning, a generally understood meaning, and they're very vague, and they basically all mean the same thing, which is moving forward. Every single card is just progress, moving forward, progress. It's kind of boring. So with this, I wanted it to be funny, fun Hatchetfield meanings to each card.
Yeah, so because Hatchetfield is a horror thing, it's also sometimes the cards get a little twisted as well.
Yeah, and the deck is sometimes mean. So
sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we want to start by picking somebody in the crowd, or do we want to do a reading for somebody here? One of us.
Wait,
You wanted to put her-
Warren, did you get a reading last time?
Did you do a one
Or did
card? Lauren,
You're
muted.
Sorry. I did one card last time, but I feel like it was so good because it was the Pokey card.
Yeah.
Right.
But I'm like,
that's what it was.
I feel like I just want to leave it there because that felt serendipitous.
Yes, it
Yeah.
did feel serendipitous.
do
Sometimes you
another
do
one.
want to quit while you're ahead. Okay, Paul. Paul, you want one?
Yeah, let's see if I get something bad this time.
Okay, Paul, do you want a
No.
1 card, or do you want a 3 card, or do you want a 5 card?
You know what? I'll do a 3 card.
Whoa.
Okay. 3 card.
Go
Okay.
big this time.
Okay, Paul, I'm going to randomly generate a number to represent your past.
Okay.
Okay,
Ooh.
here we go. 16.
Here, Jay.
Let's see. Which one is 16?
Oh, you're saying.
16.
Is it Paul?
I don't know. Matt, can you tell me which numbers everything is? Matt?
I don't think Matt is. The other Matt is.
Oh, Matt's
his
not here.
chair.
Matt's not here right now. Okay, I can see it. All right, 16 is right here. All right, so 16, the barmaid. 16, the barmaid, the Emma card. Okay, so, and let's read what the meaning is for this. 16, the barmaid. Paul. We all go through that period of meandering uncertainty. Our metaphorical backpacking trip through Guatemala. And after all that time and energy devoted to self-discovery, we often discover the simple fact that we're broke. When that time comes, the barmaid knows there's nothing left to do but stick your nose to the grindstone and work some bullshit job. It's not going to be fun, and it's not going to be easy. You may have to spit in a lot of people's drinks just to get through that next shift. There are better days ahead, but the rent's due on Monday. The meaning: this card represents a transitional period of unfulfilling work, pushing through financial uncertainty, paying your dues, and the growing pains of gaining financial independence. But think of it like this: things may not get better soon, but if you stop working, they'll definitely get worse. That may be cold comfort, but at least it's not hot garbage. Sometimes when you're going through hell, all you can do is keep going. There you go.
Feel accurate?
Wow. Well, yeah, actually. I'd say within the past couple of years, I definitely have found myself in like lines of work that were kind of like, I mean, even with stage management and theater, you know, sometimes you take on gigs that you just, I got to pay the bills. This is a show.
Yep.
So, you know, yeah, definitely resonates. But that's always just the ongoing discussion, I think, with anyone in this industry. It's like, do I do work? Do I do what I want to do?
Which job? Say no.
Oh, yeah. Team StarKid, all of the.
Hey, good feedback.
No, I love everyone here.
I have the wheel now.
Awesome. Let's do the wheel.
Just
The
threw it
wheel
together.
is much more fun than the number generator.
Oh, look at that.
Okay, so let's determine what Paul's present is. Where is Paul right now?
Can't hear it's going click, 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 click,
Click, click, click.
Oh, I
You
didn't
got
hear
the
it
click.
this
Oh,
time.
I love the click.
You can?
All right.
Ooh.
Uh,
Oh.
the
what's
warlock.
A warlock.
That's a
I
Very
don't remember
Warlock.
this card, but I remember seeing it.
I think I
All right.
remember this.
Here
Yeah,
we
I
go.
remember that. Yeah. Yeah,
All
a
right,
few
mate.
people got the warlock last
This
time.
is the warlock. This
Green
is the
apples.
This is the Wilbur Cross card. All right, let's see what it means for you, Paul. This is your present. The warlock. In a flash of denim, the warlock appears. Don't let his affable nature fool you. He is the harbinger of the great shattering and has left all creation broken beyond repair. He has eaten from the tree of knowledge and has seen the truth hidden from both monsters and men. He knows that when it comes to magic, the only currency that matters is blood. Not the warlocks, of course. He ensures that others are left to pick up the tab. Pawns are made to be sacrificed, and a skilled player can make anyone their pawn, even a king. This card represents manipulation, deceit, and the exploitation of others.
Oh.
Clean hands are a wonderful thing. You'll find that others are more than willing to do your dirty work when given the proper motivation. Sometimes we can only reach our dreams by building a bridge of corpses. But be
Jesus.
warned, the path of the warlock brings opportunity and risk in equal measure. One wrong step and your debt may at last come due.
Dude.
So, Paul, that is
Oh,
Wow.
What aren't you telling us, man?
that is either where you're at right now, or
That's a-
perhaps it
that was
is
a
an
bridge of corpses,
obstacle
man.
that you have to overcome. Does it
Damn.
hold a meaning for you, Paul?
Not currently.
It may be
I have to
something
give it
that
some
is
thought.
unforeseen. Maybe
Yeah.
someone is deceiving you right now.
Yeah.
Is it any of
I'll
you?
give it some thought.
How does it feel to be the puppeteer pulling the strings?
Yeah.
Green
Wow.
apples for days, baby.
This is all just part of my plan to take over the world via
Yes, world
Team StarKid.
domination.
The ultimate goal.
All right, let's see what your future holds, Paul.
Let's see it.
Nemo's on the thing.
Nemo.
Yeah. Yeah.
The actor.
Oh, the actor.
Oh, no.
The actor.
Oh,
This one,
no.
this one didn't show up last time, I
Oh,
don't think.
cool.
Yeah.
That's fun. Let's see what it says.
All right.
Is it
So,
pigeons?
the actor. Here we go. This is the Zoe card.
Oh, okay.
That's
Oh my
funny.
God.
Okay. Hi.
The Zoe card. All right. And Zoe says,
Freaking out.
Matt, do you want to read the Zoe card?
Sure.
Okay.
Isn't it annoying? The actor. Isn't it annoying how some people totally have main character syndrome? As if the whole world revolves around their tiny, pathetic lives? The actor knows how deluded those people are because she knows the world actually revolves around her.
And I know that's
All
right.
the world's a stage. The hot and cool people are the actors, and everyone else are the gross techies. The darlings and divas are society's true leaders, where the likes of Churchill, Jefferson, and Caesar will fade with time. Names like Kylie Jenner, Austin Butler, and the Hawk Tuah girl will endure forever.
Did not see that
This
coming.
card represents vanity, a need for attention, self-obsession, a longing for fame, social media addiction, and a lack of empathy.
Oh my
But don't
God.
worry, this card isn't all bad. After all, self-care is crucial for spiritual well-being. This card also symbolizes confidence, speaking up for yourself, and the wholesome joy of entertaining others. The actor is a versatile performer. What part will she play in your story?
Wow.
Oh, dude.
Wow.
There you go,
Holy
Paul.
shit.
Did you guys
That
hear
is
the
your-
word?
Yeah, what's the word? What's the word?
He's a coming.
Who's
Who's a
coming?
coming?
Paul's
a
coming.
coming.
Paul's a coming.
That's great. I think I know what my deceitful plan is now. Is
Yeah,
just,
exactly.
Make all the tech go to shit, and I play all the characters and
Yeah.
the guy who didn't like musicals.
Yes.
This is working, boys. This is working, boys.
Was that a fiver, Paul?
That was a 3. That's my future.
Who was your middle?
So funny.
Middle was the warlock.
Warlock.
Oh, damn. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Can I
There
ask
you
a
go.
question before we read the next one?
Yes, John.
Because I'm coming into part 2 a little late. Did we reveal any other projects for next year?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, no. We, whenever we talk about future projects, we talk about it in the idea of this is a possible future project. There are no timelines set because we're not entirely sure what is going to happen next year. You know, we have a few different things that we're working on. We talked about a few of them on the last stream. Hello.
Hey.
Hello, Corey.
Hey, Corey.
How's it
How
going?
you doing, Corey?
Good. What I missed? What were you? What did I interrupt on? What are you talking about?
Oh my God, we got to give Corey a
We got
reading.
some tower readings.
Corey needs a reading.
Corey.
I need a
Please.
read.
Yes.
They're with the Hatchetfield deck.
Yeah, we're gonna
Read
give
him.
you a tarot reading from the Hatchetfield tarot deck.
Read his ass.
A 3 card.
Okay.
3 card.
Oh, let's go.
Okay, 3 card for
Let's
Corey.
go. Business is picking up.
All right. Here we go.
Okay.
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 Let's see. This one represents your past, where you have come from, Corey.
Oh boy.
Okay. Ooh.
The Hunter.
Ooh, a hunter.
Oh.
I like that.
Oh,
wow.
very
Okay.
interesting.
Better than the hunted.
Okay. Here we go. We're gonna add this one. Here we go. This is the Max Jaegerman card.
Nice.
The Hunter. All right, Matt, do you want to read The Hunter for Corey?
Yeah, sure. There's like a little bit of flavor text where the spirit speaks to you, and then there's the meaning of the card. Okay. The Hunter. Hey, nerd. You want to stay a turd guzzler your whole life, or you want to become a literal monster? Might makes right. If that's not true, then why does it rhyme? Nerds must face the harshest of discipline so that hot girls may be protected from their pizza faces and tiny boners. That is called chivalry, and it is the code of honor practiced by King Arthur's Knights of Camelot.
Oh
That
my
shit's
God.
in the Bible, bro. And since the cafeteria's tables are also round, then the same laws shall be observed. The hunter shall defend his kingdom. Fair maidens must be defended, and nerdy prudes must die. This card represents aggression, stubbornness, brutality, and the domination of those weaker than yourself. Though the hunter inspires fears in his enemies, his fury is not always focused on the meek and the mild. Hunting is, after all, violent by nature, but sometimes necessary to sustain life. Channel the hunter's nobler instincts and purge your own spirit of his cruelty. That's a winning game plan. Go Nighthawks.
Go Nighthawk. All right.
So,
All right, Corey, does that
So-
mean something to you?
Quite the
Perhaps
past.
this is something you overcame in the past, maybe a struggle that you went through. Maybe this represents you in some way. What do you think, Corey? Is there a
man,
meaning to you?
Put me on the spot here. I don't know. I'm currently struggling to do things like not drink coffee. That's
Okay, there you go.
That makes-
So
yeah.
Yeah.
we're going down little by little every day. Okay.
Okay, so
Kudos.
the coffee was the hunter in the past, and now you're trying to you're going down little bit by little bit.
Yes.
There you go.
Oh,
Yes,
That's
and it was
deep.
making you aggressive. Absolutely.
Rehearsals, I'll be the tea. We'll do teas and matcha.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Which
just
makes
tea.
perfect,
Stepping
makes
down the
perfect
ladder.
sense.
Perfect sense. Okay, here we go. Let's see. And this next card, Corey, represents your present, where you currently are, or struggles that perhaps you're currently facing.
Did everybody do 3?
No, everyone did one.
Not
Some people
everyone
did
did
I'm
3.
very-
Okay.
Oh,
The Alchemist. All right.
Wow. Wow.
Corey
This
played
is
an
spot
alchemist.
on.
All right.
Played an alchemist today at the D&D game.
Oh, that.
There you go.
Wait,
Really?
did you play an
I
alchemist?
was, yes. I was a
Just-
mad werewolf scientist, and I'll have you
Wow.
know I saved the day.
He did.
That is your present.
That's incredible.
Wow.
All right. Here we go. The Alchemist card is the
Hey.
Higgins card. This is the Professor Higgins card. This is the art, beautiful art by Nicole Rodriguez. Let's see what it means. All right. Corey, the stage is set. The time has come for the Alchemist to make his dramatic entrance. Alchemy is the ancient art of transmuting common, worthless materials into the elixir of life itself. The greatest minds of the age retreated to their cloistered laboratories to craft their masterworks. They called them mad. Well, could a madman forge the philosopher's stone and gain the power of immortality? Unfortunately, no one did. But the alchemist knows that the underlying research is sound. There is indeed a universal law of equivalent exchange. Alchemy shall go from science fiction to science fact. Here's the real test of its power. Can a humble biology professor transmute his bullshit job at the local community college into a successful Broadway debut? It can work! By God, the alchemist will make it work! This card represents a dramatic transformation in your life, like some volatile chemical reaction. The alchemist may signal a change in career path, sudden turn of fortune, an inheritance, or a new life path appearing in a puff of smoke. The core molecular structure of your life shall be inexorably altered.
That word.
Such a change can't come soon enough.
Oh
Wow.
Can't wait.
That's
to
deep.
know.
What do you think, Corey? Are you experiencing some kinds of change?
Well,
or...
you know, the high school I taught at for the last 8 years, my last day was on Thursday, so that's a big
Wow.
Every Tuesday and Thursday from 1 to 4 for the last 8 years, and now I'm not anymore. So maybe that's a big change.
Wow.
That is big.
That's alchemy, baby.
That's some alchemy. There you go. So let's see where these changes and new paths are leading you. What does the future hold in store for you, Corey Doris?
Oh my God. This is where things get
Hopefully
really
money.
crazy.
Hopefully some money.
You know, happiness and all that, but you know.
Eh.
No!
Wait.
Oh no.
Corey.
We were doing so well.
Oh.
We were doing so well.
Oh no, Corey.
No.
This is not good, Corey.
Oh, no.
All right, you pulled the Ted card.
Oh no.
Okay, Matt, do you want to
Sure.
read the Ted card?
Oh,
Sure. The fool. You fool! What have you done? You've drawn the most disastrous and unlucky card it's possible to pull in this or any other tarot deck. It cannot be overstated how bad this is. This card represents misfortune, self-destruction, humiliation, and failure. The appearance of this card could portend bankruptcy, earthquakes, a stock market crash, catching your penis in your zipper, getting kicked in the nuts, testicular torsions, lots of bad dick stuff, bear attacks, falling into a time vortex and accidentally killing your own grandfather, falling into a time vortex and accidentally becoming your own grandfather, and much, much worse. No interpretation necessary. This is the worst card you could have drawn. There is one silver lining to this most dreaded of cards. The fool embodies disaster of his own making. If a man has the power to damn himself, then he might yet have the power to save himself. Consider this card your final warning, fool, or you just might find yourself kicked in the head.
I need to get that job back, man.
I know. We'll go back. Oh, man.
So,
Yeah.
That card.
yeah, yes, fight it, you know?
Yes.
Embrace your own destiny.
Mhm.
That's what
Yeah.
the card
Yes.
represents. Is that the destiny is in your hands, Corey.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
Listen, the only
You're the
mistake
alchemist,
today
Corey.
that happened to me was I was here for D&D and I left without my backpack, and so I had to come back and get it. I had to make a whole trip to come back and get it. But I get to be on the live stream, so it's
It's a win.
What did I get into?
It's all worth it.
You took destiny in your own hands.
Yeah,
Good
That's
job,
right.
Corey. Let's see. Let's pull a card for somebody in the chat.
Ooh.
All right. Well, everybody in the chat, say if you want a card.
While we go through that. Oh, there we go. That's good.
Oh, look at this. Elliot Bang. Can I get a reading? It's my 21st birthday tomorrow.
Wow.
Okay. Let's do a
Okay.
1-card reading for Elliot Bang.
Let's go.
Birthday reading.
Birthday
Yes.
reading on your
Birthday.
21st. How will your birthday go? Let's
Big
find out.
day, big day, big day, big
What
card.
will
Come
happen
on.
on your birthday?
Oh God.
Big card, big card.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Rebel.
Okay.
A rebel.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This is not bad for a
Not
birthday.
bad.
For a nice 21-year-old. Here we go.
What?
You pulled the Lex
Yeah.
Foster card, the Rebel card.
Hell yeah.
The Rebel says, life's a bitch. The Rebel knows the whole bullshit system is rigged, mostly against her. She wants a radical overthrow of the established order, to burn the whole system to the ground. Sometimes the world needs a historical arsonist. And that's perfect, because she's already been to juvie for lighting a bus on fire. Join the fight. Storm the Bastille. Because revolutions always work out great, right? The Rebel sure thinks so. But then again, she once identified a picture of Stalin as Super Mario and thinks Napoleon is an ice cream flavor. This card represents revolutionary energy, dissatisfaction with norms, angst towards the status quo, and a rage against the machine. Embrace the revolutionary fervor in your own heart. Be wary of change for change's sake. Is there a way to throw out the bathwater without dumping the baby? The fires of rebellion have the power to cleanse, but they can also consume all in a blazing inferno.
This is
So-
big 21-year-old energy.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is
21-year-old
so
energy.
turning 21. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wield that fire.
Heck of a
Wield the
pull
fire.
right there.
Can we do
Yeah.
one for Diane?
For Diane.
Yeah, let's. No, please.
I'm scared it'll be bad.
Yeah, what if
It'll
it's
be-
bad?
If it's bad,
Yeah.
I'm gonna cry.
Okay, let's do one for Alex Simos. I am sorry if I'm saying the name wrong. I'm graduating with my bachelor's in childhood ed this week.
Oh.
Can I get a reading?
Awesome.
Congratulations.
Wonderful.
Wow.
Congrats.
Yes,
Teacher.
you can get a reading. I'm sorry, what was this person's name? Alex?
Alex?
Alex.
Simos?
All right, Alex.
Okay.
Let's see what you get.
Another good
How's
one.
your
Good
career
card,
in
good
child
card.
education gonna go?
Oh boy.
Here we go.
God, be good.
Oh no.
The actor.
Actor. Okay.
Wow, okay. Okie doke. Let's see.
Just had this one.
Okay,
Yeah, we
here-
did just have this one so we could just read the meaning instead of the whole
Yeah.
thing.
Yep. So
Yeah.
here's the actor. You pulled the Zoe card,
Hey, Mara.
and this means this card represents vanity, a need for attention, self-obsession, a longing for fame, social media addiction, and a lack of empathy. But don't worry, this card isn't all bad. After all, self-love is crucial for spiritual well-being. This card also symbolizes confidence, speaking up for yourself, and the wholesome joy of entertaining others, especially kids, while you're
Dang.
educating them. The
Ooh.
actor is a versatile performer. What part will she play in your story, Alex?
You know what this sounds like? Self-obsession, social media addiction. This sounds like dealing with kids. And this sounds
yeah.
like guiding them on the right path. They have a lot more in them, and it would be up to you to bring it out.
Yep. Okay, here we go. Leona Wallace says, "Can I get a tarot reading? I have a cruise coming up in a week."
Okay.
Oh,
Ellipses.
Okay.
For the cruise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pre-crew.
Okay, Leona, let's see.
I am not sure what your feelings, Leona, are about
Yeah,
that. Crew.
that ellipses speaks
All
volumes.
right.
Coming up in a week.
Let's see
Right.
how it's,
Fingers knock on wood.
Okay,
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
here we go.
Achoo, mama.
Oh, the vagrant cruise.
All right. The Vagrant. Here we go.
Okay.
This is the Vagrant. You got the homeless man card.
Is that made in a hurry?
Okay,
Richard?
Matt, you want to read the Vagrant card?
Sure. The Vagrant. Spare change for the homeless? The Vagrant will take anything you've got. Please, anything. $1, a penny, an 8-ball, anything. No, don't buy him a bag of food from McDonald's. You really expect him to eat that? That's disgusting. He guesses he could use the cheeseburger to lure out some rats to eat. Don't be so quick to judge the Vagrant. He wasn't always like this. He had a life once, a job, a girl, but they're gone now. It's all gone. This card represents loss, melancholy, a yearning for the past, the feelings that your best days are behind you, and the nagging feeling that you'll never find that place to call home. The Vagrant appears in times of uncertainty or strife, but it's not all grim portents. This card symbolizes an emotional, financial, or spiritual rock bottom, meaning there's nowhere to go but up. Unbeknownst to the Vagrant, his destiny is greater than he could possibly imagine. You too may shape the fate of us all. So what? Maybe you will have such a good time on the cruise that you will feel like, my
Nothing's
best
ever gonna
time,
get back then. It'll never be as good as the cruise.
Good as that amazing cruise I went on.
I hope you have a good time.
If the cruise has a casino, don't gamble.
Don't
do it.
Oh no!
Don't do that.
Okay.
Funny.
Star Scarf says, "Can I get one? I'm Canadian."
Hell yeah.
All right, Star. Yeah, we'll give you a reading.
That's reason enough for me.
Hell yeah.
Here we go.
Let's get it.
No whammies, no whammy.
Yep. Ah.
Okay, Star.
Oh.
Okay. We didn't get this one last time.
Card alert.
This is cool.
That's
I
a
like
cool one.
I like
Let's
that.
see it.
Okay, so Star, you have pulled
Oh,
the thing that
whoa.
in the dark.
Cool.
yeah,
Look at that big old
here.
mouth.
Yum
It's
yum
a
yum.
big old mouth.
This is the Nibble and Nephem card, and it says, "Ready the dinnerware, for the table is set, and the season of Nibble and Nephem has begun. The thing that feeds in the dark is a creature of pure desire. Its rational mind subsumed by a voracious, unquenchable appetite. When Nibble and Nephem's hulking shadow appears, he awakens an animalistic hunger, and the beast of darkness stirs deep within the hearts of men. There are savage, primal instincts unburdened by the rational mind, and they must be sated. The food chain is inescapable. Will you be predator or prey? This card represents desire and the unceasing pursuit of goals with a ravenous intensity. Nibble and Nephem can inspire action, ambition, and an energy bordering on the inhumane. But be warned. Inhuman. Oh, the inhuman. So sorry. Bordering on the inhuman. But be warned, this card also embodies wild, unthinking consumption. You must moderate your time, energy, and oversized ambition. Keep your beast of desire well leashed, or it will devour everything in its path.
Ooh, Star.
Canada's about to take over.
Canada.
Star.
There you go, Star.
Tim Hortons hates to see you coming.
All right, Star. There you go.
Wow.
Okay, we've got Lao Kung Pao. Lao Kung Pao
Yes.
says, my fiance and I are getting married in December. Any chance we can get a reading? I really hope you don't get a certain card.
Oh man, this could go so many different ways.
There's one card that would be great for you to get. There's one card that would be just awful for you.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be great or it could be really awful.
Take out the adult.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
On me.
Let's
What
see
do
what
we
happens. We cannot choose.
Oh, come on.
We must see what happens.
Come on.
The lovers?
Let's see.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, we got. Oh.
All right, here we go.
This is another one we haven't gotten.
Okay, here we go. You have pulled, you future
Wow.
newlyweds have pulled the Bastard of Time and Space. Okay, Matt, you want to read the Bastard of Time and Space card?
The Bastard of Time and Space. What fun! You've entered the toy box of Tanoi Caraxis, and he has such wonderful games in store for you. The rules aren't fair, of course. They are arbitrary, capricious, and contradictory, as they should be. Human minds long for order, biologically cursed to search for patterns where none exist. The only rule that governs the universe is chaos, and the bastard of time and space weaves chaos wherever his cloven hooves may fall. He brings ruination to some and coronation to others. Playtime approaches. Tick-tock. Meaning, this card represents turmoil, upheaval, and the ever-turning wheel of fortune. The only thing certain in life is that nothing is certain. Chaos comes for us all, but don't despair. This card is not an indication of bad luck, for luck itself is an illusion. A misfiring of our brain's evolutionary need for order. The world is not unkind, it is simply uncaring. Every game has losers, but also winners. Play well, for the die is cast.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
We did first meet him in Forever and Always, didn't we?
So that's
Another wedding, yeah.
He kind of
will.
Yeah, how do we apply that to marriage?
It seems like marriage is
chaos.
It's difficult, and you have to work at it. It's something that there is a lot of chaos in it. You're with somebody, basically 24/7. You got to find a way to every single problem that you could run into. You're probably going to run into it, and you got to find a way to make it work.
Also, it's not about who wins or loses. It's how you play the game.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yep.
And winning.
All right. Don Lewis says, watching this with my StarKid obsessed daughter, Bentley. Can she get one? All right, Bentley.
Yeah, Don.
That's amazing, Don.
Don, let's see what you have wrought on your daughter.
15.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Bentley, let's see.
Let's hope
Is
it's
this
a good
Bentley?
one.
Yeah, is this Bentley's or Don's card? If it's
This
bad,
is for Bentley.
Okay, for Bentley.
Okay.
For Bentley.
Okay.
See what we can do for you, Bentley.
What does fate have in store for you?
Oh
wow.
Oh, this is kind of appropriate.
This is really, really
Wow.
good. This is a really good one
God.
for a daughter.
That is fantastic.
Father and daughter.
Wow.
All right. So,
Nacho girl.
Bentley,
Nacho girl.
you have the Alice Woodward card. This is the Seed.
No.
And the Seed says, nothing beats the feeling of freedom, independence, to stand on your own 2 feet, growing tall and strong, to leave your stupid school and your lame house and your podunk town far, far behind you. In a bright new place, the seed is free to stretch her limbs, blossoming like magnolias in spring. But what becomes of a tree without roots? It topples in the first storms of autumn. Like it or not, human beings need support, sunlight to nourish us, and fertile soil to grow. Everything came from something. The oak is in the acorn. So is true for the universe. So is true for us. The seed represents your connection to the past, lineage, family, home, childhood, and the forces that shaped you, both nature and nurture. The past can act like a parasite, its tendrils creeping into our most sacred grove. Pruning is necessary for the health of the tree, but be wary you don't puncture necessary roots. The lifeblood must flow if you want to stay standing. The nightmares will come. Will you be ready, Bentley?
Whoa.
There you go.
That was a good
That
one.
was a-
That was a good one.
That was
Very
very on
good.
point. Hope you like that, Bentley.
Yeah.
All right. Rose Scribbs says, I got married fairly recently and moving. Can I get a reading, please? I also back 600 bucks.
Damn.
Wow.
Whoa.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for backing. We're so sorry if this card is bad.
But
Let's
you
see
backed
what-
this.
Yes, yes. You made this bad card possible.
But maybe
But maybe it's a great
What do we
one.
got?
It's good.
maybe if it's
And here's Mariah. Oh! This makes perfect sense because you have a... Hello, Mariah.
Sorry.
You have pulled a very significant card specifically for this campaign. You are coming to see this show. Let's see what card you have pulled. You have pulled The Man Who Scorns at Folly.
Wait,
You
we're
have
back
pulled-
to cards. This
Oh my God,
fucking
is
long.
it?
You have
Yes!
pulled
Hell
Oh my
yeah.
God, there he is.
this card.
Hell
All
yeah.
right.
Wow, look at that hero.
Look at that.
Look at that
Yeah.
hero.
Look at that guy.
Matt, do you want to
Brown.
read read The Man Who Scorns at Folly card?
Majestic.
Sure. A man who scorns folly. There are those who crave adventure and excitement. The man who scorns folly is not amongst them. His goals are vague and undefined. Sure, he wants things, but it won't break his heart if he doesn't get them. Daring escapades and passionate love affairs with exotic women just sound like a hassle. Besides, any woman born outside of Michigan is too exotic for his palate. Instead, he is drawn to routine, predictability, and comfort. He knows that sometimes your own little slice of heaven can be found right outside your front door. Except if you live in Clivesdale, then you can go fuck yourself, asshole. This card represents contentment, a rejection of oversized ambition, and a profound appreciation for mundanity. The man who scorns folly may signify a period of calm, stability, and comforting routine. This card implores you to appreciate what you have and what you can realistically attain. Temper your expectations, keep your goals achievable, and live within your means. It may not be flashy, but the older you get, the better it sounds.
Great.
Okay.
Very proud.
Wait, who says that? Can someone tell me who's that was?
Someone in the
That
chat.
was for somebody
Oh,
in the
okay, that's what I
chat.
thought. That's cute.
That's
Oh,
for
we're doing
Rose.
chat.
Rose Scribs,
Mm-hmm.
who just got
chat.
married and is
Yeah.
moving.
It is moving very.
Wait, are we getting full lore on the chat? This is fun. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Mariah,
Yeah.
did you got a reading last time, did you?
Oh, you better bet. I've been thinking about it for a week. I've been thinking about that reading. I felt like those cards were cosmic. I went, everybody's reading crazy. I don't know. what's happening.
Mariah, did you have one or three?
I had
or-
three. I had three.
Three cards?
Big time.
Wow.
And it just made me
Yeah.
go, thank God I didn't get five. That was too much information. I
Yeah.
don't
It
know.
was,
Yeah.
Five went
No,
hard.
Nothing
Yeah.
ended good with five.
No, three
Yeah,
and
really.
done. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are only 58 minutes left.
Yeah, we're less than an
We
hour
got-
to
I just
go.
looked at our how much we raised, and I literally I pooped a little. You know what I mean? Like I was like
Wow.
that. I was expecting we just barely passed 600, and I was like 640 is like crazy. We're like by there.
Right.
Yeah.
We
We're at
should have had a
6:45.
cigar right there. I pooped a little, you know what I mean?
It's a little bit.
Yeah.
Want to take care
Um,
of that?
A little, you know what I mean?
'Cause I looked,
So-
I looked at that. I pooped a little. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Oh.
We've got about an hour left. So real quick, if now you're looking for a time to get involved in this campaign to give to the show, now's the time. You've got 1 hour left. There are a lot of great prizes. You can get your name in the credits. You can get the behind the scenes feature that is being made about the making of the show. You can get early access to ticket sales. You can get the poster. You can get a sticker set. You can get a patch set. You can get this awesome
It's so comfy.
sweatshirt that is very comfy. And you can also go and get this little doll here. The little
that
Pokey
guy.
doll. This is a beautiful little
Oh,
little
Pokey.
keepsake here.
Okay.
So if you haven't given to the campaign and you're waiting for the last moments, now's the time to do it. We are,
Countdown.
it's the final countdown. We've got less than an hour left before the campaign is over. Right now it's at 6:35. We're working towards the idea of 650 was our next benchmark goal. We'll see if we can reach that in the last hour. It'd only take $15,000 more dollars. Let's see what happens.
That would be. I'd poop a lot. I'm sorry.
It would really.
We're clearing Mariah out.
really
I'm
go.
clearing her out. It's like,
It just
no
melted.
more bowel movement for that girl. She's done.
Really, it is.
Help my friend poop.
Brian's gonna be like
this is
Randy
really.
Martin, that one episode of South Park where he's just pooping in a tower and he just
Please.
This is just.
Please, God.
The stream is going places. I just.
Possible.
I'm so awful.
Very good.
50 people.
Very good.
What, John? You're saying something?
John, what are you saying, John?
We would only need 50 people to get the doll, and then or to get the Pokey plush, and we would hit it.
50 people
Let's
to get
go.
the doll.
The
50
plushie is
people.
so cool.
We've got
Did I-
about we've
Yeah,
got
let me follow.
15 we've got 1,500 people watching this right now. If 50 of you want to go and back at the tier to get this little doll, then we can reach that 650, that Nibble and FM goal. So we'll see what happens in the last hour.
50, it is 50.
Should we do another reading?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
do another reading.
Hell
I
yeah.
love these. Also, I mean, I can't get over looking at these cards, you guys. They really are so incredible.
They're
Stunning.
really beautiful
Yeah,
artwork
yeah,
by
a Zoe
Nicole
card
Rodriguez.
Stunning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I-
We saw
the
Zoe.
Zoe card came up.
We saw
Did you
Zoe.
want to see the art for the Zoe
Can
card?
I would actually
Yeah, we
really
got
love
Joey
that.
on.
If we have the time, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, let's pull up the Zoe art
Sorry.
for you.
You guys, I've
There
done
she
like
is.
6. Wow!
Yeah, look at that cute.
Yeah, sure.
Mariah, I
I've
pulled
done
that for my future.
Wait, really? Oh.
Yeah, my
I'm
future.
packed, I think. I've done like 7 cannonballs in a pool today. You guys have seen me after I've done like 7 cannonballs. So I'm
Whoa.
really
7
stoked.
cannonballs.
Wow.
And that's why
Wow.
I'm
That's
talking
quite a
about
bit.
shitting.
So fun.
I literally can't get over it. I'm so
I
sorry.
imagine
must hurt.
I'm imagining you doing those in rapid succession.
Yeah.
You're
Like
just
you
like,
just
oh,
get out,
right.
go right back
Swimming
in.
fast to
Oh,
the
yeah,
edge. I gotta
I'm gonna
remove
do it again. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it
You're
one
just
more time.
slipping.
Oh
Please.
my goodness.
That's
Oh,
so
Oh,
fun.
that's crazy.
Were you going
And
off
we're
of
gonna
a
do it.
diving board?
No, just a ledge.
Just a ledge
Just a
side.
ledge.
Any old ledge.
Cool.
Any old
Straight up
ledge.
ledge.
Yeah, just a ledge.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
like,
As
this
you
one
do.
was jumping in. That's weird. I'm gonna jump in 7 times.
7 times.
Want to see you do it 7 times.
7 times. And I'd love if we could donate 25K for that. I'll get a video.
Yeah, remember, if we hit 700,000, Lauren will share an outtake of a self-tape where my teeth look weird. Don't forget
Wait.
that.
Yeah,
What's
remember that's on the
happening
table
here?
from the beginning.
What's
That's on the
happening?
table.
Wait, what was
Yeah,
that
that's
thing
on the table.
We'll share it with everyone on the chat after.
So, Mariah, the quick backstory is that Joey had
Thank
to do
you.
a self-tape for something, and they said, do a slate and smile with teeth, and it was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
And he said, "You want me to bring teeth? Oh,
Yeah.
I'll give you
Hi.
teeth, baby."
I'm Joey Richter.
I'm Joey Richter. There's no great to play.
What was that?
It's nice.
That's crazy. That's so crazy.
All right.
Insane.
All right,
Oh,
Summer Rain.
Rain. Valedictorian.
Wow, I graduated
panic
valedictorian.
Sorry.
Yeah, thanks to many panic. All right, I graduated valedictorian thanks to many panic attacks. Can I please get a reading? Summer Rain. Okay, Summer Rain.
Yes.
It's done. It's on.
Yes.
It's on. That's
Let's
and
give you a
congratulations.
reading.
Valedictorian gets a reading.
Here we go.
Valedictorian.
Okay.
I love this game. It's my
Big
favorite
pull.
game.
Come on. Big one. Big one.
Mm.
Ah.
Wow.
Yes.
What?
Do we know who
Good
this
one.
is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a good
Yes,
one.
I know who this is. I
He
do.
did this one.
This is a good
Yeah.
one, actually. This
This
is
is
a
a
good
great one for the valedictorian.
All right, valedictorian,
Look
you
at
got the
that.
Warrior of Light, the Becky Barnes card.
Nice.
Let's
I
go,
love that.
Summer.
Behind her kind eyes and easy smile is the steely resolve of a killer. For one with the power to save
Not
lives,
the last.
also knows how to end them. The Warrior of Light is the hero who rises in the moment of greatest peril. She shall banish the dark, only to return to obscurity when the shadow has passed. For she seeks no glory or praise. She is guided solely by that which is noble and right. It is her innate goodness that allows her to fell the enemies that others could not. Her strength comes not from earthly weapons or skill at arms, but from her generosity of spirit and enduring kindness. She embodies the universal truth of love and the strength of the human heart. This card represents kindness, earnestness, good faith, seeing the best in others, a positive attitude, and an infectious cheer. She is a light in the darkness, aspirational but modest, good without trying, kind for no reason. This card's appearance signals happiness and prosperity, but those good times are entirely dependent on you, Summer Rain. You must light the way.
I hate when you say our name.
You're in the card.
That's crazy.
You're in the card.
That's so insane.
The world needs some good cheer, and the Warrior of Light is our cheerleader.
Oh,
or our valedictorian.
Aw, no,
you
that's
know?
beautiful.
Yeah.
There you
Oh,
go.
that's a good card.
That's
Good
that,
card.
yeah.
Good card
That is
for
a good
summer.
card.
One and dones are actually the best. You just want a one card pull. Anything more than that gets really high stakes.
It's stressful, yeah.
It does get stressful.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna take off.
They're
Okay.
real.
Oh, Corey,
okay.
thank you so
We'll
much.
see you real soon.
Corey,
Corey.
I can't wait to see you in the show. It's gonna be awesome.
I love
Can't
you.
wait to see you.
I'll be
Thank
in
you.
June. Okay.
Yes.
Let's go.
Thanks for being
Bye,
my daddy,
Corey.
Chloe.
Take care, bud.
I love you.
Thanks, Corey.
Bye, Corey.
There goes my dad. He's just a hero.
You're my dad.
He's a
Boogie,
hero.
boogie, boogie.
My hero is my dad.
He's my
There's a few-
dad, and I love him.
There's a few cards that just refuse to be pulled.
Wow,
Yeah,
what
there's
does that
like-
there are a few of
mean?
them.
Are they bad?
Yeah.
Are they really bad?
No, there's some fun ones.
No, there are some good ones,
Okay.
but there are also
Like,
some really
should we
bad
start
ones. Yeah.
eliminating-
Yeah.
Should we start eliminating some?
No,
Oh,
that's
okay, never
not
mind.
that's
Ooh,
not
yeah, can we
fair.
take them
Yeah.
off the wheel?
Well,
Oh, sorry.
if
No,
if we did some
We
3
can do
or
whatever we
5
want.
card readings, then we have to eliminate them because if it were a real deck, you couldn't pull the same card
Yes.
twice.
All right.
Right.
I'll do another 5.
Oh my god.
All right, Emmy. Emmy says, "Can I get a reading? I'm helping to possibly direct my high school's performance of The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals."
Hey,
What?
thank
Oh,
you.
wow.
Wow!
Oh my
there
gosh.
you go.
Let's go.
Emmy, you're gonna
How
direct.
fun.
You're also gonna direct this show. So let's see how you're gonna do directing the show.
Full Picoso. Let's
Yeah,
Lauren,
go.
Lauren,
Yeah, you need to see
Picoso.
Picoso
What?
right
Wouldn't that
through.
be wild?
That was honestly,
That would be
wild.
so
That was
wild
metal
if they
as
also
fuck.
put. It was.
All
Dude,
right,
I'm
what we
scared.
got?
Let's see what they get.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
Wait a
Mastermind.
minute.
The
Wait a-
Mastermind
This
is
was my
also.
best.
Gosh darn minute.
Wowee.
All right, here we
Good
go.
one.
The Mastermind. This is the
Yeah.
Charles Coven card. So
Oh,
this is very
James.
interesting. Yep. Okay. So let's see here. Let's read this card. So Matt, do you want to read the Mastermind?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. The Mastermind. How's your treasure hoard looking? Good? Not so good? Maybe a little bad. Not to worry. The Mastermind knows that empires aren't built in a day. And here's the truth about empires. Before the first brick is laid, the Emperor has already beheld its magnificent skyline in his mind's eye. Some men look in the mirror and wonder how they ended up as such fucking losers. But the truth is, they never bothered to imagine themselves as anything else. It begins in the mind. If you're
Whoa.
not master there, you will be master nowhere. This card represents meticulous planning, consistency, and patient follow-through, and the patient follow-through it takes to achieve long-term goals. Sometimes, though the work is constant, the progress is invisible. You can't perceive the movement of the hour hand, but it moves all the same. To truly master the mind, you must master your own restlessness, boredom, and need for instant gratification. That's overhead you can safely cut.
It's a great director card.
There you go. That's
Yeah.
for the director.
So-
there you go.
So yeah.
Um,
Making the show is going to take work, and it might not all come together, but you keep going with consistent.
Yeah,
You need
make some
vision,
plans.
consistent work to get there.
And break a leg.
And break a leg on doing that show. I
Hell
got
yeah.
a message from Jay Hughes, who
Jay!
maybe tuned
Jay!
in, and they were wondering if we could do a card for Jay.
Of course,
Yes!
card for
Oh.
Jay. Are you joking?
Yeah,
Jay-
absolutely.
Jay's watching. So
Should we do 3?
There is-
So much.
We
There
should do
is a-
3.
There is a.
Well,
they
let's
call it
do,
a card.
let's do because Jay's not on, so we can't see
You're
their
right, you're right.
reactions
Oh, yeah.
specifically. But Jay, I'm so happy that you're watching. We miss you, and let's pull a card for Jay.
Yes.
Card for Jay.
The Rangers will do better next year.
I would love it. I would love it if this one card showed up. That would be fantastic.
Is there a Ziggy card? Is there a Ziggs card?
Let's see what happens.
I know.
Oh, can we please?
Crazy.
Come on, Fates. You haven't seen this card.
It's not impossible.
Let's see
Nothing's
what Jay gets.
impossible, but it is difficult.
Okay. The Lusty Maid. This is one. This is one we have not seen yet, but this is a good
I
card.
don't know who this is.
Wait a minute.
This is a good card.
The Lusty
Wait a
Maid.
minute.
All right, Jay, you pulled the Ruth Fleming card. All right, Jay. This one's for you.
The Lusty Maid is the funniest thing ever.
Look at her just
All right. All
grabbing
right.
her ass.
All right. Here we go.
Please.
All right. You ever sucked on an overbite that required 6 years of orthodontia? The Lusty Maid thinks you shouldn't knock it till you've tried it.
Oh my god.
We're all sensual creatures and our own eclectic tastes. With our own eclectic tastes, and some people really are into headgear teasing and pimple play. It's not weird. It's not weird. You're weird. Don't bully the Lusty Maid. She wants anyone to touch her.
Yeah.
She'll try anything once. She's daring, adventurous, and will even wear deodorant if you want. She's open to all of life and its multitude of experiences, whether it's hooking up with a hot guy or hooking up with a hot girl.
Hell yeah.
That's right, Ruth.
So she drained the cyst on her nose and head on over.
Oh.
The Lusty Maid represents a boundless curiosity for new experience.
Aw.
The thrill of the unknown, going off the beaten path and throwing caution to the wind. She asks you to broaden your horizons, Jay, as you never really know what you're capable of until you dive in feet first. Just for once, it's time to cut loose.
That's a really nice
Can we look at the art
Yeah, I
again?
love
We
that
need
card.
art for like.
You want to see the art again?
Please,
For-
please.
Yeah, the art
That's
is
a really
so
nice
also
card.
wanna
Come
see
on,
Ziggs
she's got
card.
booty out. She's got booty out.
I love this.
Goodness.
Look
Nicole
at-
Rodriguez is a
Look
Oh,
at,
God,
look
that's
at that.
funny.
dirty girl soup.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Jay, I hope you're doing well, and that was a card for you.
Wow.
God, that's so funny that
You know-
Ruth
Best,
is
Jay.
the Lusty Maid.
Yeah.
Wait, who
But
is
it's about
that?
Curiosity.
Of
though.
course.
Jay actually said pull a card for Ziggy, but we don't. There is a card that has not come up yet. That it would be great if it came up.
Ooh.
Oh, I want to see
I
it.
love that. We all want to see all of them.
Maybe it will.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do.
There's still time.
There's
Yeah.
still time. Let's do another reading for another person in the crowd.
Rig it, John.
All right.
John,
Hold them
fucking
straight.
rig it.
You
Stop
Make them all
being
Ziggy.
black. Rig it.
Whoa.
All right, Sarah.
Be fair.
Sarah Toes. Toes.
Taste.
I just graduated from university. Can I please get a reading? I will give my cat a little kiss on the head in return.
Good.
Well, all right.
Give your cat a kiss.
I love
Yeah.
We'll
it.
do it.
Give that kitty a kiss.
The chats are coming in so fast. It's hard to grab. It's hard to even grab one. Like
Fast
it's hard to
chat.
grab them. All right.
Here we go.
Here we
Here
go.
we go.
And
The lover.
Oh.
Yay.
You and your cat.
Yeah. This is you, your cat.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Give your cat a
This
little
is good.
kiss.
This is a good card.
This is the
Yes.
lovers.
Oh,
look
cute.
at
This is the
that.
Pete and Steph card.
I thought it was going to be something fucked up.
Okay, Matt, you want to read the lovers card?
The lovers. Love is found in the most unlikely of places. Be on the lookout for destiny knocks but once. The lovers have appeared, and the laws of causality have offered you the path, but only you can walk it. Don't let shyness or pride impede your fated romance. Perhaps it's time to shoot your shot. Who knows? Maybe you're cooler than you think you are. But getting the girl isn't the end of the journey, it's only the beginning. Trying times lay ahead when love's first blush fades. Will the love survive her endless piles of dirty laundry, or his penchant for dropping toenail clippings behind the couch, as if that means they no longer exist? It will take time, patience, empathy, and cooperation. But if you love them, you should show it. This card represents companionship, courtship, the giddy excitement of a blossoming romance, as well as the enduring challenges of a long-term partnership. The lovers may also represent other forms of love besides the romantic. Those deep connections must be cherished and cultivated. Give them the best of you.
Yeah, that's an awesome card.
It's very
Cute.
beautiful. I love that.
I love you, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
Honestly, it's so wholesome. Like, it really is.
Great.
It's really nice.
Good pull right there.
All
Oh,
right.
I was talking about I love you, Sarah, but also the card.
Oh yes, also
Yeah.
yes.
I think when we did this last week too, I admitted that I am notorious for
You
taking
did.
my clippings and putting them behind the couch.
Oh.
What?
Oh no.
I
I'm ready that fucking couch.
Check behind the couch, Lauren.
What the fuck?
Behind you. Look at that couch right now. It's
Look at that couch.
right there.
Time to look. Oh no.
This couch? You put it behind this couch?
The glorious couch.
Where's there to go?
My beautiful couch.
I also did that for years of my life until Rusty saw me doing it, and she flipped out. She's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "They just,
Well.
I don't know. They just, I was like, they
Yeah, that's
rot.
pretty
They
bad.
disappear,
Behind
right?
the
No, they don't.
They
It's like,
don't
they don't
disappear.
rot. They stay there forever. And then she
Yeah.
moved the couch, and there were so many.
Oh,
so
this
many.
is
And I was
Nightmare.
like, I'm sorry, I'll never do this again. I thought they were
Go
like
away.
boogers. They just rot.
You
But
thought
I
they
don't
like
think
grow
boogers
into
rot
the
either.
carpet.
No, they
They,
don't.
they grow.
No.
God, this is my
Yeah.
nightmare.
You know.
No.
Get in
Yeah.
there.
Oh, okay.
Fun.
Look at
Hey,
this.
Jessica, I have a medieval
this.
fencing assessment on Thursday. Can I get a reading?
That's
All right,
so
Jessica.
That's cool.
Okay.
Don't be.
Let's see how your
That's cool as
fencing
hell.
assessment will go.
All right, you're cooler than us. Okay, whatever.
Let's see.
Who's it gonna be?
Yeah.
Take one.
Oh.
I mean, okay.
Hey.
Fencing.
I mean,
The
okay. Oh, on
fencing,
your
okay.
fencing is
Yeah.
Uh-oh. This
Mhm.
means this
Oh.
fencing might not go so well.
All right. This is the Wounded Soldier card. This is the Tom Houston card.
All right.
Wow.
Flash, bang. The wounded soldier is haunted by the ghosts of all he's lost. He bears 100 scars from 100 battlefields. The light has left his eyes. He is worn and jaded, too weary to continue the fight. He would have bled out long ago if not for the healing hands of the medic. A nurse was needed to bind his wounds, set his bones, and mend what was broken. He is through the worst of it, but his road to recovery is long and arduous. He must unlearn the ways of war, return to civilian life. He must learn how to hope again, how to love again. This is his mission now. He's failed before, but he won't fail again. This card represents a time of healing, recovery from emotional or physical injury, a softening of the heart, a rejection of nihilism, and a reconnection with friends and family. The wounded soldier implores you to reach outside yourself for aid. The battle is done. Let go of your weapons and armor. It is in the reprieve of peace that we find the things we should never let go.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go.
There
you go.
This is
I remember
Simon the
everyone-
hero's journey.
We got about $12,663 until we hit the next budget.
Whoa.
Until we hit
What?
it, everybody. Let's see if we can do it in the
35
last 30 minutes.
You
We
think I
got
get
35 minutes. Can we
35
hit it?
minutes? That was live math.
You know,
That
I
was
would
very
love
impressive,
to.
actually.
I would love to give a reading to Matt Lang.
Yeah,
Yes.
duh.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Well,
Yes.
Here we
That
go.
happened last time. It didn't
You
happen.
gotten one yet yourself.
Here we
Okay.
go.
Yeah.
Matt,
Okay,
Yeah,
Matt.
one of us.
Matt, do you
Is
want to do 3, 1, or 5?
Come on, Matt. Come on, Matt.
We've come this
I
far.
guess
Come on.
I don't know. I guess I'll do 3.
Yeah.
All
All right,
Please.
3,
Or,
three,
Yeah.
or 1. I don't know.
3 for Matt.
Do 3.
3 for Matt.
Okay.
Thrice.
All right, Matt. Let's see your past.
This is nice.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Matt's past.
Oh.
Whoa, the Watcher with 1,000 eyes.
Okay.
I love it. Okay, pass.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right.
We haven't seen this
And
one
we
yet.
haven't seen this, yeah.
All right, Matt.
Love a new one.
You're past. The Watcher
Nice.
with
Oh
1,000
my
eyes.
God.
The
Hell
Blinky
yeah.
card.
Incredible.
Love
Look at
that.
that.
All right, Matt. Well, look what we have here. The 1,000 eyes of Blickletep have set their sights on you, Matt. He watches with childlike wonder and rapt anticipation. Where his brothers preach and preen, the Watcher with 1,000 eyes keeps his mouth shut and his eyes open. It is why Blickletep alone knows how his brothers may be unmade. Was it not he who saw the time and place to dethrone their dear sister? The enemy will show you how to defeat them. Wait, watch. Opportunity is a flighty bird, so keep your eyes peeled. Ooh. This card represents cautiousness, calculated restraint, mastering your emotions, and acting strategically. Sometimes the wisest action is inaction, and silence the sharpest retort. It is a fool who acts out of passion or pride. Your own loose and wagging tongue is your enemy's greatest weapon. A keen eye is yours. Likewise, you must always be aware of whose eyes are fixed on you. Be warned, an open book is free for all to read.
Oh.
Whoa.
There you go.
That ending is.
So
There
that's
you
your
go, man.
Nice.
that's your past.
That's Matt. Matt has been watching and quietly assessing.
Or maybe that's what I should have been doing. Maybe I was being, making mistakes or being stupid or not thinking strategically. That could also be a thing.
Could be. Let's see
More
where
planning maybe would have led to some better outcomes.
Yeah.
All right,
Let's
present.
see where your
Let's
present
see.
is. Where has that has led you?
I definitely removed some cards as we
You
went.
definitely did, yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Oh,
Witch.
Yep, good card.
Oh.
Matt's present.
Good card.
The Witch.
Card, brother.
Matt, your present is the Miss Holloway card, the Witch.
Wow.
It says, since ancient times, mysterious women have danced amongst the ghost lights of the hollow, glamorous and unknowable. These witches sing spells to the night, weaving their magic into the fabric of the universe. The witch is as much a tailor as she is a singer of spells, pulling the invisible threads that bind all living things. Recognizing karma as the cosmic current of causality, the witch knows that one good deed can be the first tremor in an earth swell that can topple empires and bring kings themselves to their knees. This card represents inspiration, charity, and service. The witch knows that swaying the hearts of others is a magic available to all of us. In time, good deeds will bear fruit. To receive, you must give. What you put out into the world has a way of coming back to you, so be mindful, for you will reap what you sow. Will your harvest be bountiful, or have you already sown your fields with salt?
That's a solid pull.
There you go, Matt.
Maybe.
Come on, Matt.
It's a good present.
That's pretty good. Pretty
All
good.
right, let's see where your
And now
future
here's
lies.
where it usually goes crazy. Okay,
Matt's future. What is in store for Matt? The adulterer? Let's
I know.
see.
We're literally
No, no.
all.
The King in Black.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh no. Okay.
All right, Matt. Here you go.
Is this not good? Oh no.
Your future. The King in Black. The Wiggly card.
Whoa.
Yep.
I forget
Said he was your favorite.
All
Wait,
right.
is that true?
Yeah.
Jeff guy? I feel like this is.
All right.
Numero
we go.
uno.
Hello, friendy Wend. Woe to the unlucky soul who pulls this most dread and malevolent card. For Wigog Yarath wishes to make his presence known. The grasping tentacles of the King in Black have already wiggled their way inside your soul, Matt. But fear not. Prove
Oh,
your
no.
worth and you shall taste power beyond your wildest dreams.
Whoa.
Power unburdened by petty human morality. Power that must be claimed at all costs. It may even cost you your soul, but hey, you got that for free. Let the ends justify the means, or not. After all, one who wears a crown is beyond judgment. It's good to be the king. Meaning, this card represents power in its truest and most bloodthirsty form. Ruthlessness, intimidation, and the malice joy of unquestioned authority are all embodied by this card. Will you
Jesus.
allow such power, absolute power, to corrupt yourself? Absolutely. Or perhaps the king has a less magnanimous role for you. Perhaps you aren't meant to sit the throne, but to kneel before it. There is only power. Conquer or be conquered. The choice is yours, Matt.
What a trio.
I think I'm gonna be conquered.
Ah.
I get bossed around by everybody. I get bossed around by this dog.
Oh, look at that face. Look at that
I like the
face.
idea that Nemo is Wiggly.
your Wiggly.
Yeah.
Nemo
Always
played
Wiggly, yeah.
Wiggly once. Remember, Lauren?
Yes,
He
Nemo
played
Yes,
Wiggly.
he did.
That's canon, baby. That's canon.
Yeah, we
He
wiggled
was,
with Nemo.
under my
look at that
control.
little baby.
Under my control.
I was wondering if we could do a one card draw for Nicole
What about-
Rodriguez.
Oh, for Nicole.
yeah.
Let's
Nicole.
do
Yes.
one
Get all
card
the
for Nicole.
artwork
Yes.
for this. and-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Nicole,
And then
you
we should-
helped make this happen.
I
Let's
love
see
that.
what you got.
Yeah.
Can we do Juliet afterwards?
Yeah, and
Yes.
we'll
Oh,
do
hell
Juliet
yeah.
Oh,
as
hey,
well.
Jules.
She says hi.
Yeah.
Hello, Juliet.
No, she's
You're
texting
welcome.
me.
Oh, she's okay.
I should probably add some of these cards back. Are there any cards we haven't seen?
There are, but we'll
Thanks.
see if they show up. We need
Yeah,
to
they
see
have
if they
to
show up.
choose.
Yeah.
The cards choose you.
It's cosmic.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
All right,
this is for
Nicole.
Nicole?
This is for Nicole.
The adulter.
Wow.
The
Oh.
The
Oracle.
Oracle.
Oh,
Wow.
It's
The
gotta
Oracle.
be banana.
This is pretty good.
No, what's that?
Oh,
All right, Nicole,
Yes, yes.
you have chosen
Hey.
Oracle, the Hannah Foster card.
That's like
Matt,
kind of perfect. I think.
Do you want to
That's
read
good.
the
That's an
Oracle
Oracle
for
deck.
Nicole?
The Oracle. They say hindsight is 20/20, but what about foresight? Are there some amongst us whose uncanny intuition allows us to predict future events with almost preternatural ability? The Oracle knows, but isn't about to tell. She's been laughed at too many times for the crime of being right. She alone knows that yes, the sky really is falling. The others will find out all too late when it comes crashing down atop their head. This card represents foresight, trend setting, being ahead of your time, and the ability to see beyond the current cultural norms. Being correct shouldn't be an isolating experience, but it often is. The Oracle must walk a fine line between speaking truth and pushing those away who aren't yet ready to listen. She counsels patience with the misguided and a willingness to forgive when others have finally caught up.
Wow.
There you go,
Okay.
Nicole.
Love it.
That's
Getting ahead of the
choice.
game.
I feel like that's a good one.
That's
You're
a
ahead
really
of your
good
time, Nicole.
Yep.
It's a powerful one.
You know what
Okay,
I
let's
love
do-
about all that art? And I don't know shit, but what I love about that art
What you got?
is all of them have like a glowing, like the use of light is
Yes.
very good. Where like every card has some element where it feels like there's a direct light source. You know what I mean?
Or shadow.
Yeah.
Completely know what you mean. It's awesome.
Like,
And I feel like you
very
described
cool.
something I couldn't track about the cards. That is absolutely
Yeah.
perfect.
I
And
tried to
also
describe
find,
it.
like they're all
You killed
different.
it.
The light is different in each way. Like in the Higgins card, they have like the lights of the different lords in black behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's so, it's so nice. It's very
There's a lot of-
I
intentional
did-
too with it.
Yes, it's great.
I did talk to Ann Arbor Tees, and it looks like we will be getting the tarot set for the live show
Oh,
Heck yes.
Oh,
And so it'll be all like holographic and shiny and cool.
That's
looking.
huge.
We should have
Wow.
a night where we stay in the theater till 3 a.m. and we pull the cards and see what
Oh
happens.
yes.
All
It's a
drunk.
witchy now.
Or like, and absolutely not, absolutely not. We aren't doing that. We aren't.
And listen, and
No.
also, I think do we? Okay, guys, it's late. I think also if you buy a tarot deck at the show, then at curtain call, if you want us to sign it, just throw it as hard as you can at everyone.
Just throw them in the
That's
pit. Throw them in the
Well,
pit.
we're bow, yeah.
We'll get it
Throw it
back.
as hard as you can. We'll bring it back.
Yeah.
I wanted to hit my when I bow the soft baby part of my skull.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no,
Don't do
nobody. Please don't throw.
Don't
things
do that.
at
I'm
me.
kidding. It's a callback. It's a callback from another
Callback.
joke.
Okay, this is for Juliet. For Juliet Park. All right, Juliet.
I didn't realize it made so many sounds.
I made changes.
It sounds like a new sound, yeah.
Whoa!
Jules, the blade of
Hey.
Juliet, this is a
Yeah.
great card.
This is a good card.
Have we
This
seen
is
this?
this is
That's
the
new.
lumber axe
Oh,
card.
Whoa!
Oh, Juliet, you better work.
That is
Blade.
cool.
The blade of hate.
Rehearsals. Yeah.
All right, Juliet. Here we go.
Ready.
Not our
Juliet.
Juliet.
Hate is not evil. Only evil is evil. Perversion, polluting the sanctity of a sacred wood. Unmarried adults touching private parts. These are the unclean acts that no godly man can abide. There are sins that purify hate. These are the sins that purify hatred, consecrating it into divine justice. Forge your hate until it is stronger than steel. Then wield it with righteous conviction. The only thing it takes for evil to succeed is for good men to do nothing. The weeds must not be permitted to choke the garden, Juliet. Let the wicked be split in twain like an axe chopping lumber. This card represents brutal justice, an uncompromising moral code, and malicious retribution.
Jules.
Forgiveness is great, but sometimes it only gets you so far. An excess of mercy allows evil to persist. When hatred is well earned, you should give it willingly. Hatred is natural and can often be part of the healing process.
Oh,
Right.
But take heed, you must wield your hate like a blade, lest it wield you.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man.
Stage manager.
Juliet's
That
gonna
is a
bring this
stage
energy into
manager's
stage
card.
managing. Yeah. This is.
She's
Don't
taking
let
it
up.
down.
You don't
let
take
up.
Okay,
anyone.
what about you, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Thank
have
God.
to get
And then
Three
Oh.
cards.
You don't want,
Okay.
you don't want to do this.
Are
It's
we
on.
going to do three
don't
cards
wanna do
for
this, Nick.
cards for me?
Yeah.
Okay,
do it.
let's,
Yeah.
let's see what happens.
Yes.
Solid.
Do it. Is
I've
this
been
my
waiting
on?
for this one. Turn it up.
Let's see what your past is.
Where did I come from?
Are you sure this is time to not do
Where
this?
are we
Humble
going?
beginnings.
All right,
Oh,
let's
even
see it.
fewer cards. Oh my
Where did
gosh.
I come from? How
No,
did
there's
I
some good
get
ones in here.
Okay.
Oh.
You just have to dodge the adulterer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there are some good. There are some good ones in here.
Oh!
Collector.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Oh no.
Okay, this is
is
your
another-
past.
It's past.
This is the past.
Past.
This is the
Past.
past.
This is
This
me.
is.
This is me.
Yeah.
This is me. Yeah.
Me, look at
Yeah.
that.
Oh.
That looks like me.
This is totally fine. This is
That's
completely
what I look like.
canon and
Stop
All right,
it.
Matt, can you read this
Okay.
one for me?
The collector. The collector knows there are few things in life worth killing for, and even fewer he'd die for. That's because they only made an exclusive limited run of the Sunshine Guardian Rainbow Heart dolls. If the collector were ever to hold such a prize in his moist, trembling hands, his addiction to gluttonous consumerism might at last be sated. He could die happy then. After he completes his set of gemstone and the supermodel dolls, of course, and the second wave of Lobstar figures, and the new cowboys that are coming out Q1 of next year. Oh, there's just too many toys that a 43-year-old boy has to live for. Maybe no one thing is worth dying for, but killing, on second thought, there's lots of stuff he'd kill for.
Okay.
This card represents materialism, rampant consumption, shopping addiction, financial waste, a refusal to mature, having a media diet of cartoons and Disney Plus shows, and an oversized fixation on childish things. Let the collector serve as a gentle reminder of moderation. Just remember, no matter how big your collection grows, in the end, you can't take it with you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's
him
definite.
fulfill.
I definitely feel that. Matt, can you just show, just turn your computer to show some of the collection of stuff that's in that basement?
Yeah.
Look at all
There's
this
some games.
And there's all the Ninja Turtle toys
Oh,
over there.
yeah. Never seen
Oh
this
my
part of that.
Paradise.
There are like
Wow.
so many Ninja Turtle toys and
Oh, we're going on a trip.
yeah,
Wow.
look at all these toys that we collected. There's all the Gem and Holograms toys. Look at all these Ninja Turtles.
Wow.
Just terrible.
You guys.
Just awful.
No, it's terrible.
Awful.
Yeah,
Look at all
we
those
got
stuff.
a lot. Yeah.
The cards
Yeah,
are the cards.
Look at all that
baby.
stuff.
Yeah,
But this is
Whoa.
my past because I don't live there anymore.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. We got a lot of crap.
So that makes perfect sense to me. That I like Sherman is based on little parts of me. So
All right. Shermie is your past.
let's see my
about the
present.
present.
What of the present?
Okay.
Here we go.
Whoa, that noise is wild.
I can pick a different one.
Right.
Oh.
Let's see what we got.
Really?
The merchant.
Merchant.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
This is an interesting pair. An interesting
Yeah.
pair. I've gone from Sherman to Frank.
Frank Presley.
To Frank.
I knew it.
Matt,
Right.
Matt,
Wait,
can
I
you
love
read
this art.
the Frank card for me?
Okay, the merchant. Attention shoppers, the doors have opened and the merchant is ready to rake in that cash. Your present. We're raising money. That makes sense.
Yep.
They say
One,
money
come
can't
on.
They say money can't buy happiness, but the merchant knows it's actually the only thing that does. When's the last time you were out with a date who said, "Let's skip the expensive meal and eat whatever berries and nuts we can find for free"? There's the mortgage, bills,
Yeah.
insurance, and the biggest money pit of all, kids. You want to be the daddy? You got to bring home the bread. So pull up those bootstraps
No.
and jack up those prices. If you want to succeed in the cutthroat world of business, you got to be a disciplined daddy.
Yes.
This card,
Two daddies in the same card.
this card represents financial success, entrepreneurship, investment, purchasing
Nick.
real estate, and the steady acquisition of wealth. But be warned,
Nick's
the
shaking
merchant
the
may
cake.
also appear when a slippery snake oil salesman is poised to strike. Beware scams, bad investment, meme coins, pyramid schemes, con men, or a new technology bankrupting your company overnight. Business is feast or famine. Be ready for both.
Wow.
Nick,
know
does
what?
this feel?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Everybody, we've got about 15 minutes left. Get on
Yes.
that Kickstarter. The doors are open, but only for 15 more
15
minutes,
yeah.
everybody.
There he is. There he is.
The doors
Yeah.
are closing soon.
Oh,
I liked that one.
Different
Also,
door.
one other
Successful
thing.
A different door will
critter.
open.
I feel like the merchant. One other thing, there are still like 180 people who have selected no reward, and they've backed with real money. So
Wow.
just please, I've said it a couple of times on messages and stuff, but just make sure that you've selected a reward.
And if you didn't, if you just want to give
Which-
the
that's
money
fine.
People don't want
without
the
a
reward.
reward, that's okay.
True.
I
Yeah.
do that sometimes. I just
And
give,
just in case
and I
you
say
forget
no
to know.
reward, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that's cool too. If you want to just know that you gave to help make this thing happen, that's cool too. So we've got about 15 minutes left. The doors are open. Get
So-
on there, back it
so now-
while you still can. Okay,
So
let's
now
see
on
what
to your
my
future. Yeah.
my future.
Oh, that's sounds.
the bubbles, my bubbles. And...
Yeah.
You got him.
The man in great haste.
Here we go.
Oh.
Okay. This is my future. Is the man in great haste?
Oh, he's
the man in a hurry card.
He looks like
look at him. He doesn't even want to be on the card.
Yeah, he almost missed the card completely.
All right, Matt.
The man in great haste. Hurry! If you want to glean any wisdom from the man in great haste, you better be quick. He's in a hurry. Why aren't you in a hurry? Don't you see there's no time? Life is short. It's very swift. Blink and you'll miss it. Sometimes you gotta pick up the pace, get moving, plow ahead. You gotta cut a few lines, go for it. You forget to say something you were supposed to, move on. You're considering joining an apocalyptic cult bent on world domination. If it can shave a few minutes off your commute, then go for it. Just hurry. Meaning, this card represents an immediate call to action, a rejection of procrastination, improved time management, and a sudden burst of rapid progress.
Whoa.
Got something you've been putting off? Let the man in great haste be your guide, and you'd better hurry, because he waits for no one.
For no one, baby. We're on the
You know what? This one makes a lot of sense for me. I have my entire life been told that I have bad time management, that I'm slow. When I was in school, I never finished a single test ever. I had to, stay in lunch so that I could finish typing projects and all that. I've always been slow. Everyone has always told me to hurry up and get my time management going. So I need to work on that. I'm trying to work on that. And, there are some things that I'm working on that I'll have to do, and that's my future. I got to learn quick. That was good. That was good reading.
Good 3 cards.
That was a good 3-card reading.
Nice card.
Well,
Yeah.
I think there's maybe 3 cards we didn't see. You just want to show them?
Yeah. That'd be cool.
Oh, Joey, you want to do a reading?
Yeah.
Oh, Joey? Okay, Joey wants to get rid of his old reading.
Right, we gotta roll the dice because also the adventure is still in there.
Yeah.
Do
it.
Okay, let's do we got 15 minutes. Let's see if Joey can redeem himself with another 5 cards.
No.
This is
3 cards?
This is so.
Joey, 3 cards or 5 cards?
What do you think?
Let's do 3 so that we can, I don't know, have some final thoughts to
Right.
wrap up.
Not wrapped
That's
up.
so lovely.
A
lot of cards.
Can you imagine we go overtime because we gave Joey another 5-card reading?
Our has been over for hours.
That's so funny.
Okay, let's see.
I like that we hear the sounds. First card,
weird
the past, adulterer.
Please don't be my future.
No.
I'll shit myself.
Oh,
okay.
Okay. I saw the A and I did panic for like.
Yeah.
I know.
Burn for a second.
The A.
All right. Here we go. Joey, your past is the artist. Here we go. This is the
Nice. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
Look at that. Nice Grateful Dead tea and smoking the joint. Look how
light.
cool. Ziggs
Light
is so
cool.
cool.
The
All right.
lights
Here,
are great.
it's beautiful.
Mm.
Okay, here we go, Joey. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
The artist is sending you good vibes, dude.
Hell yeah.
This
They're
is
also
Joey.
They're also going to need an extension on that deadline and a couch to crash on for a few weeks. Artists are free spirits drifting along on the winds of inspiration. They live on the boundaries of our world and the realm of imagining. They're so engrossed in their vision, they barely notice that they haven't showered in 6 days. They've got Taco Bell rotting underneath the couch, and their rent is 3 weeks late. The artist is blessed with the power to entrance and awe, but will eat all your food, never pay you back, and will live on your couch forever if you let them. This card represents creativity, artistic fulfillment, perfecting a skill, and free expression. But the artist is not the master of their own passion. Instead, they are ruled by it. Along with the positive qualities, this card can also symbolize procrastination, poor time management, distraction, and financial insecurity. The artist brings a burning creative passion, but be warned, once your fates are intertwined, they're gonna squat there forever.
Oh, nice.
That's the past, you know.
That is your past.
Artistic expression with a lot of procrastination and financial instability.
There you go.
That's the past of an artist.
Get out of here. Pass.
Artists in their
away.
20s.
See ya never. All right.
All right.
Let's
Okay,
see what.
who's it gonna be?
Who's your present, Joey?
Please don't be the adulterer.
Well, that's your future, Joey. That's your future.
That's your future. Don't get it.
That's your ultimate destiny. Is the adult.
Oh,
Blade of
wow.
Truth.
Blade of Truth.
The Blade of Truth. All right, here we go.
Okay, cool.
This is
John, this was your present too.
All right,
Shit.
the Blade of Truth. This is
I've seen this pattern before.
This is the John McNamara card. Matt, you want to read this one for Joey?
I love this one.
It's so good.
The Blade of Truth. Attention, soldier. You've been called to serve. There's a war to be fought between truth and lies. Deceit, no matter how small, is bad intel and will obscure the truth of the universe and our place in it. A comfortable lie can send a noble soul down an unrighteous path, and that's just about as un-American as putting cream and sugar in perfectly good coffee. If you're to remain at peak combat efficiency, then you'll need a reliable sidearm, and none is more reliable than the Blade of Truth. Let no lie escape the enemy's lips, not even a peep. Meaning, this card represents honesty, integrity, and confronting falsehoods head-on. What are the lies causing chaos in your life? Are they lies of convenience, omission, or the ones you tell yourself? Then there are the lies that forge an uneasy peace. Know that the foundation of that peace is built on pillars of sand. Battle will inevitably come. When it does, the Blade of Truth will be ready.
Nice.
All right.
There you go,
That's
Joey.
cool.
Big
Wow.
Mac. Always
I'm
a solid card.
anxious for this last
Honesty.
pull. I'm
All right, yeah.
I'm really anxious.
Okay, we're
about
really
this.
setting you up.
All right.
We're really
The
setting you up.
adulterer.
Whoa.
This is
There's
Very
one
little
could be
question
bad.
marks on that wheel.
Oh, no.
Not that'd be
Oh,
so
no.
funny.
This
Oh,
would be
my
the
God.
worst. Oh,
Oh,
my
my
god.
God.
Please.
What is it?
What is it?
Oh! Okay.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
All right.
Lauren, I've got something I need to tell you.
All right. Here we go. The father. All right. Joey, you pulled the father card, which I think is interesting because remember, Corey ended pulling the fool, which is the Ted card.
Yeah.
You have ended pulling the father, which is the Bill card, which I think is very interesting.
I love that.
All right.
Wow, me too.
Looks like you caught old dad on the flip side. Get it? 'Cause you flipped the card over?
Oh, no.
That's a dad joke for you. The father's got a million of them. He is that ever stoic patron of masculine virtue. Why wouldn't a daughter want to invite dear old dad to date night? Not only can he lighten the mood with his customary humor, but he's always ready with a wise anecdote about how the younger generation are ungrateful and lazy, or a fascinating piece of misinformation he read on Facebook. What's not to love? Meaning, this card represents paternal protectiveness, tough but fair love, and guiding the youth with stoic leadership. The father's emergence may indicate that you're about to take on a paternal role. But be warned, there are good and bad parents. This card may also symbolize authoritarians, micromanagement, surveillance, and an oppressive need for control. The father is here to lend you his aid. Just make sure he doesn't ruin Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I will say there was one card. I think there was one card that nobody pulled, and it was the mother.
The mother? The father?
Yeah. Do you just
There's
want to
a-
show the mother?
Let's see.
Okay, let's
Who's
see
that,
the mother
Linda?
card.
I do want to see the mother.
Linda.
Hey.
Yeah, Linda Monroe. All right,
Nobody
Matt.
told her.
All right, this
That's
is
right,
the fate.
baby.
This is the fate of no
Yes.
one Matt, what you want to read the mother card?
Okay, the mother. Mother knows
Perfect
best.
fucking
Her
time,
divine
dude.
feminine energy breeds new life. It's why we revere Mother Nature. Can you imagine trying to rely on a Father Nature? That imbecile would forget to start
Yes.
spring each year, put tits on a bowl, and clear out the rainforest to make room for a NASCAR track and a Hooters. The world needs benevolent, nurturing matriarchs. And yet, after childbirth, who gets all the attention? The baby. Even though she did all the work, the mother must be adored. Children must be relegated to their natural place. Free housework, status symbols, and compatible organ donors in case a kidney ever gives out.
Yes.
The mother, meaning the mother is a card of great power. On one hand, she represents feminine power and pride, the nurturing of new life, empathy, and leadership. But on the other hand, she may symbolize a resentment of youth, a fear of aging, or parental neglect. Embody the best aspects of her character while working to temper her many, many vices.
Yeah.
So nobody pulled Linda.
There you
That's
go.
so wild. That's
Nice.
wild that that card never made an appearance. That's wow.
There's
It
only
never
one.
showed up. The adulterer
There's only
showed
one.
many
It's
times.
different.
And
Yeah.
Crazy.
never the mother.
So intense.
Funny.
Here we
Mother
go.
was the last card.
There we
Last
go.
of
Okay,
all
we got 5 minutes left on this campaign.
Holy
And
shit.
right now we are at
$600, we hit it.
$640,592.
That's absolutely incredible.
That's incredible. We got 5 minutes left. Let's see how far it goes. These are your last 5 minutes to up your pledge. If you want to up your pledge, if you want to get things like this great sweatshirt or this beautiful little Pokey doll, or if you want to get your name in the credits, if you want to get the behind the scenes, you can get on here. You got 5 minutes to back the project. Yes,
Real
John.
quick, if you're on the preferred name in the credits and you're hesitating on doing the behind the scenes featurette, Kurt put so much love and time and effort into the behind the scenes featurettes that he does. It's going to be really, really cool. It's definitely worth it. And if the people are watching, if everybody up their pledge by like $10 to reach that, we'd hit it. We'd hit the 650.
Wow.
650. Can we do it in 4 minutes? Let's see.
Wow.
Can we raise $10,000 in 4 minutes?
Absolutely, we can.
Thank you, everyone, for your work.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
John.
you.
Thank you,
Yes.
Matt, Nick. Thank you, everyone who has been organizing and getting this together and promoting and making things and making it fun. And I'm so excited to hang with all of you. This is going to be
I'm
great.
so excited now to do the show. Like, thank
Yeah.
you for everyone and all this work for this. And this is amazing. And we blew this away like none of us could have imagined. And now it's like we actually can be excited, which is so fun.
Yeah, I was not excited before.
No, I was like,
No.
At all.
Not excited.
Wait, I think it's kind of like, this
Well,
isn't happening.
I do
This
think
isn't real.
Now it's
Yes.
just about making the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can all just go off and focus on making this great show.
We should
Yes.
choose like who do we think should be the 2 to 3 characters that we'll be able to afford that we can fling their limp body across the audience and slam into the set?
I'm so glad we're circling back to this.
John,
Yeah.
we were
Okay.
saying before.
Yeah.
I think
Okay, let's lay that out now.
During the
Yeah,
meteor
John.
explosion, everyone will be on bungee cords.
Not
to get-
everyone. We don't have the funds. Not
No,
everyone.
it's two people.
I would love to do this.
Okay, so we'll fling John,
I love.
Yeah.
and
I
then
love doing that.
okay.
Mr.
I like the
Davidson.
idea of you starting inevitable, and it's like, what have I told you?
Pretty good.
Winner.
Pretty good.
I think McNamara and Paul are fun. I think that's
Yeah, we'll fling them. We'll fling them.
We'll play.
Yeah, we're playing.
Fling
we're
those
flinging
ones.
those guys.
Just-
Yeah.
Don't worry, they're getting flung.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to fling McNamara at that point, though, you're going to have to build
Get
the
close.
Davidson suit to tear away so
Yeah.
that he's got
Right.
McNamara underneath as
Right.
he's
Yeah.
lifted out of his clothes.
Whoa.
Yes.
Out of his clothes
Oh.
into McNamara, fling across the stage, all in the darkness.
Yes.
All in the
It's in the darkness. It's
All in the darkness.
And you just-
mind's eye.
yeah. All you hear is like
Okay.
you just
Go
hear like
for
"Ah!"
We're so close.
Absolutely.
All right,
Two
everyone,
minutes.
80 seconds left.
Wow.
80
80
seconds.
seconds.
Yeah,
we
it's
were
actually
about-
showing the
Shit.
seconds on the Kickstarter page.
Yeah.
It's stressing me out.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what happens. We're at 641, 466.
Yes, it's close.
Okay.
Gosh,
We're
1 minute left.
Thank you,
1
everybody. I love this
minute left.
community so much.
Yes,
You
thank
guys
you
are
all so
absolutely
much.
incredible.
Oh my god, the seconds turned red.
Oh, it turned red. Oh
Yeah.
no.
Oh
Wait,
my
seriously? I'm too scared to look my camera. Will
Yeah,
It turned
like a
red.
bomb.
Oh my
50
goodness.
seconds. Oh.
Now I'm just like, I can't think. I gotta be scared.
Oh, here we go. 44. Okay, let's
Now I got
count
a
it
music
down.
director show.
40,
Oh my god,
40.
everybody rehearse. Everybody practice your parts.
Okay,
What
39.
are we doing for-
Okay, 34. Okay, this is a little bit behind. 30,
Oh,
30,
yeah.
30,
Still, it's not bad.
29, 28,
27.
27, 26, 25, 24,
Aw.
23, 22.
We're doing
I
a
feel like I
10.
should be
We're doing
singing
10,
What If
right?
Tomorrow
We're starting
Yeah,
at
let's
10.
start at 10. Let's
Okay.
start
What
when
if
we get to
tomorrow
10.
comes?
Wow, here we go. All right, you got 10 seconds left. Get those
9
wedges in.
seconds.
8,
7,
6, 5,
4,
4,
3,
Apotheosis is on!
1.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, there you go. Wow. The moment they
Fireworks.
switched.
It
Wow.
made little
Look at that.
confetti. That's cool.
That's so
Wow.
fun.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
Thank you guys.
Thank you all so much.
9,574 backers. Pledged
That's incredible.
$641,953 to bring this project to life.
Wow. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
This really
Thank you.
So
is-
crazy.
Yes, this really has been a very inspiring process, and we're so beyond thankful and thrilled at the support. When before, and Lauren can attest to this, before we started this project, Matt and I didn't think this was going to make any money.
I was worried.
We were worried that maybe people would say, I've already seen this show before. Where's something new? But it's really nice to know that the show has been embraced by so many people, and that people want to see the show live, and people want to see the show live again. It's really humbling and really inspiring for all of us, and we're so thankful to all of you for helping make this happen. And Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals, the little show that could. It
I
originally was the lowest
I know.
Kickstarter that we did, and now it's become the top theater Kickstarter ever.
That's
of
What a
all
journey.
time.
That's awesome.
What a journey.
By
You know?
quite a lot. By I
Yeah.
think almost its original budget.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like-
Oh.
Yeah, it's wild that the musical that made the most money was a musical about somebody who doesn't like musicals. So
Ah,
that's
And it's
love it.
almost,
that's nice.
almost, well, you know what's odd? Is there like a grace period because the number keeps going up?
What?
maybe people got in there a little. Yeah, it's up to
Man.
$642,000.
Oh,
Thank
And
you.
$19. Maybe there were
Yeah.
some.
Maybe
Maybe
people
it
were
was
like
lower.
in their
in the
cart or
cart.
something?
Maybe it was in
Yeah.
their cart.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you're right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's
Well, very cool.
Well, that's incredibly
Also,
So we can
exciting.
still reach 650.
Almost $100,000 more than our next highest Kickstarter.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's
Absolutely.
an insane number.
Yeah.
Oh,
It really was less than 8,000 away from that 650 by the end.
That's
Wow.
absolutely
That's,
remarkable.
that's pretty wild. So we got to the Tanoi Caraxis budget. So what will that mean? We'll find out.
Well, we're flinging two people.
Two people is the
Two
number.
people.
Two
Two flungs.
I'm back. I'm
two
sorry.
flungs.
I literally clicked X by X. I was switching tabs and I clicked X.
That's okay.
Bye.
Well, thank you all so much. It's now 8:03 where I am.
What
It's
time?
later over on the East Coast and Central Time, and who knows what time it is elsewhere in the world.
There's no way to know.
Yeah. So thank you all so much. We can't wait to make this show happen. Any final thoughts from anyone?
Let's do a show.
Yeah, just gratitude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everyone come with your vocal parts familiarized, please.
It'll be nice. The helpers are in the folders. Yes.
Please be off book by day
Yeah,
one.
let's have a work meeting because we're here. Let's actually do a quickie.
Yeah, let's hash it out right
Little
now.
meeting.
Notes, any changes?
Actually, rehearsal starts right now.
Now.
We're about to rehearse.
And
Thanks, y'all.
No, but really, rehearsals are coming up pretty
do
quick,
start
and
minute hot,
but really,
and
this
we,
is real.
Joke aside, learn
you
your
know,
stuff.
we're gonna try and get those get information out about tickets as soon as humanly possible. So keep on the lookout for that. It's essentially, you know, it's not stopping. We're going now. This was just one step of the process, and now keep your eyes peeled for updates on tickets and things like that, and we'll get those out as soon as we possibly can. We can't wait to make the show and to make it happen. I can't wait to see all the characters live again. I think that's going to be so fun seeing them up doing the whole thing. It's really, really, really exciting. And thank you all so much, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you,
So much
guys.
gratitude.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
And,
Thank you.
We'll see everybody at the El Portal in like
what
oh gosh,
in a little less than 2 months.
Soon.
Yeah.
A little less than 2 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
Awesome.
I'll be there.
Apotheosis. The
All right.
implications.
Oh yes, the apotheosis is upon us.
It's upon us.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Everybody, take care of yourselves and each other. See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.